Chapter 206, Mother and Daughter. Chapter 206, Mother and Daughter. Yuzhong looked at Wan Zi coldly and said, "Where's the divine spring tea? Bring me to it, and I will spare your life, but you'd better get lost from Tooth Village." "Is that for real?" Wan Zi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Nobody would want to die if given the choice. White Bones retracted his bone spear, and Wan Zi immediately fell from the wall. She looked at White Bones, which was capable of shooting such sharp spears, and her eyes had a hint of fear. Yuzhong coldly called out, "Lead on." Wan Zi gazed once more at the both of them and started to lead the way with big strides. "It is this type of tea." Wan Zi brought Yuzhong along many turns before arriving at a burial site. Right behind, there grew a small tea tree of not more than 30 centimeters tall, with 7 forked branches, each branch growing 10 green tea leaves. Yuzhong walked towards the tea tree, and an exotic fragrance wafted through the air that was precisely the same fragrance as that of the divine spring tea he had drunk before. He pondered for a while before suddenly asking, "Are there many zombie corpses buried under here?" Wan Zi's eyes flashed with surprise. "That's right. There are indeed many corpses buried here. How did you know that?" Previously, the lifesaver grass, which had contributed to the recovery of many subordinates under Yuzhong, was also discovered near a burial site. In the process of cultivating the lifesaver grass, Yuzhong found out that the meat of mutant beasts and also zombie corpses, basically diseased meat, acted as a sort of effective fertilizer for the lifesaver grass, encouraging its growth. If it did not have any nourishment from the meat of zombies or mutant beasts, its growth was unbearably slow. It was because of this that Yuzhong came to the conclusion that the divine spring tea was likely of the same circumstances, growing on top of corpses. Yuzhong ordered White Bones, "Dig it out, be careful not to damage the roots." Upon receiving the order, White Bones bent its frame, 10 fingers pierced into the earth, and it began digging frenziedly. With White Bones' efforts, the divine spring tea tree that could strengthen one's body was dug up together with a sizable amount of soil before being wrapped in a big piece of cloth. Wan Zi saw that White Bones had finished its task and asked meekly, "Can I go now?" She was not willing to stay with Yuzhong or White Bones for a moment longer than necessary. After all, she had wanted to kill them earlier. Being by their side was extremely stressful. Yuzhong glanced at the vicious woman and blandly said, "I promised you before, and I won't go back on my word." "Go back first." Wan Zi saw that Yuzhong had no intentions of killing her and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Her eyes flashed as she quietly walked behind Yuzhong. Upon returning to the village, Lu Arii and the rest had recovered their mobility. However, they still remained in the room where Ma Zhongming had been hacked to death. Tooth Village was very small, so Lu Arii and the rest did not know where else they could turn to. Prior to this, their leader was Ma Zhongming, yet he had been killed. For the time being, they could only stay in the room blankly, with their hearts full of fear and unease over how Yuzhong was going to deal with them. Seeing that Yuzhong's party of 3 had come back into the house, their heartbeats accelerated, not knowing how Yuzhong would deal with them. "Since I promised you that you can live after helping to find the divine spring tea, I naturally would not go back on my words." Yuzhong looked at Wan Zi and spoke slowly. Hearing Yuzhong's words, Wan Zi's originally pale face regained some of its color. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Yuzhong's eyes as he took one swipe with his sword down towards Wan Zi's shoulder, cleanly dismembering her entire right arm. "However, while I did promise you're leaving alive, I did not say you would be leaving in one piece." "H!" Wan Zi screamed in a miserable voice, crying loudly as the stump of her shoulder bled profusely. Yuzhong coldly barked, "Get lost immediately, otherwise I'll kill you." With regards to those who had intended to harm him, Yuzhong was never lenient. This time, if it was not for the location of the divine spring tea, he would not have left Wan Zi alive. The outside world was now filled with zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. For someone as ordinary as Wan Zi, unless some fortunate incident were to occur, she would either starve to death or be eaten by the zombies and mutant beasts. With the words from Yuzhong, Wan Zi glared at him with venomous hatred before gritting her teeth and rushing out of the garden towards the outside world. Seeing this scene, Lu Ariai's party of 5 could not help but tremble, their faces pale as they looked at Yu Zhong and awaited their fate. Yu Zhong eyed the 5 of them and coldly said, "From now on, Tooth Village belongs to me. All the people are my personal belongings. You're all my property. Are there any objections?" With Ma Zhongming's death, Yu Zhong harbored the intention to possess Tooth Village. The village had over 50 survivors, and in the current circumstances where the human populace was dwindling, it was considered a decent treasure. White Bones was also hoisting its white bone axe on its shoulders, staring at the 5 of them. If any of them dared to make a move, it would not hesitate to kill them. Lu Ariai and the rest of them could feel the thick, killing intent from White Bones. If they disagreed, the person in black robes would not spare them. Lu Ariai immediately called out loudly, "I have no problems. From now on, Boss Yu is the village's head. If anyone dares to not comply, I will punish that person myself. Boss Yu, I'll listen to you. Boss Yu, whatever you ask of me from now on, I'll do it." The rest all chimed in one after another. In the current world, following someone was not just following. Instead, it ensured survival if the person was a strong evolver. As long as Yu Zhong did not ask of things that crossed their bottom line, they would be willing to work for him. Yu Zhong continued to say, "Very good. Who knows the way to Qin Village?" "I know." All of them rushed to answer. "Lu Ariai, you go back and prepare. Tomorrow you shall lead the way. Kaiwan, when I'm gone, you will be the temporary leader. Gather everyone to go fish. I will come back to bring you all away after some time. Disperse." After giving a number of orders, Yu Zhong finally dismissed the members. "Boss Yu, what about us?" After a little hesitation, the pretty wife of Ma Zhongming walked to Yu Zhong's side and asked uneasily. The rest of the ladies all looked towards Yu Zhong. If he wanted them to sleep with him, they would definitely not resist. Before this, they had followed Ma Zhongming so that they could eat their fill. As for feelings, it was basically zilch. If Yu Zhong wanted them, they would not mind changing to serve another man. "Go back to your rooms and rest." Yu Zhong waved his hands after taking a look at them. Although he was not someone virtuous, he was used to the likes of Ji Qingwu, Guiyu, Lu Wen, and Zhang Jingxiao. The rest of these women basically could not hold a candle to them. The next morning, Yu Zhong brought Lu Ariai and left Tooth Village, towards the direction of Qin Village. In a certain location at the top of a 3-story building in Qin Village, having starved for 6 days, Zhuo Yatong was looking at her frail-looking daughter Yun Kaiwei, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. Her stomach was growling like crazy, her hunger enveloping her entire body and slowly eroding her sense of reason and energy. The amount of food in the room had already mostly been consumed 3 weeks ago, and during the span of these 3 weeks, Zhuo Yatong and her daughter Yun Kaiwei had eaten very sparingly, taking small mouthfuls of food each day and limiting their movements as much as possible. However, 6 days ago, they had finally wiped their food clean. In these 6 days, Zhuo Yatong was constantly tortured by hunger to the extent that she almost wanted to die. At the same time, under that immense hunger, a crazy thought had blossomed in her mind. Eat her. No, she's my daughter, my precious daughter. Eat her. Under the intense moral conflict, Zhuo Yatong seemed to have been driven mad by torture. The look in her eyes as she gazed at her daughter changed, as though she had just seen a roasted turkey. Under the state where her mind was half collapsed, she subconsciously got closer to her daughter, her hands stretching out to Yun Kaiwei's neck. Yun Kaiwei opened her lovable eyes, rubbing them gently, and pulled out a piece of chocolate not even as big as a fingernail from her right pocket. She broke it into half and handed one half to Zhuo Yatong, saying, "Mummy, time to eat." Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Zhuo Yatong regained her senses and saw her own hands on her daughter's neck. A chilling sense of fear rise in her heart. If she had really killed her own daughter, she would break down and become insane. Zhuo Yatong hugged Yun Kaiwei tightly as she bawled, "Kaiwei, you eat, you eat. Yun Kai Wei continued on very sensibly. Mummy, eat. Only when you eat will you have energy. Zhuo Yatong released her hug and smiled sadly, before taking the bigger piece and pushing it into her daughter's mouth as she took the smaller half and ate it. Little Wei, you stay here, okay? Mummy will go look for some food. Zhuo Yatong instructed Yun Kai Wei to stay as she got up shakily, walking towards the kitchen. The kitchen was already swept clean of all edible items. Even salt, soy sauce, and items like vinegar were all eaten by the mother and daughter pair. However, her aim was not these items. Rather, it was a vegetable knife. She feared that she would commit something unthinkable under her frenzy, so her heart was dead set. She picked up the knife, her eyes empty. As her hands trembled uncontrollably, her heart also beat with fear and unease. If only someone could save us right now, I would agree to whatever he wants. Zhuo Yatong laughed bitterly before killing off that hope, closing her eyes as she swung the knife down toward her left hand. Chapter 207. Zhuo Yatong. Chapter 207. Zhuo Yatong. Just as Zhuo Yatong closed her eyes, there came a sound of something being broken into from the outside. Her hand trembled, and the vegetable knife in her hand fell to the ground. She was not willing to die in the first place, so hearing the weird sound from outside led her to have renewed hope. Zhuo Yatong ran quickly to the window and looked outside. Very quickly, she saw many zombies outside the convenience store lying on the ground. It seemed that the door had been kicked wide open. Not long after, 3 people exited from the convenience store, with one of them hoisting a huge backpack, one holding a pot of the divine spring tea, and the last person also carrying a huge luggage bag, obviously filled up with items. Zhuo Yatong mustered all the strength she could summon and shouted loudly, "Help! Save us!" Yu Zhong had just brought White Bones and Lu Arii out of the convenience store when he heard the plea for help. Yu Zhong looked towards the direction where Zhuo Yatong had screamed from and pondered for a while before turning and walking towards her. He knew that there could be survivors in this village, yet he was not prioritizing their rescue. However, if it was convenient, he would not mind lending a hand. Lu Arii continued following Yu Zhong closely. While the trip in Qin village was considered smooth sailing for Yu Zhong, it was fraught with dangers for someone like Lu Arii. Without Yu Zhong's protection, he would not be able to walk beyond 100 m from this place. The convenience store was only 10 m away from the Zhuo Yatong's residence, and the zombies that littered the way were disposed of easily by Yu Zhong. Arriving in front of that small bungalow with just the swing of his blade, the huge door was cleaved in two, and he kicked with strength, barging right in. Yu Zhong strode up to the top with big steps and saw Yun Kai Wei curled up into a ball, as if she was a weak cub, looking up at Yu Zhong's party with her huge eyes. She was dying of hunger and did not even possess enough energy to escape. He walked to her side, taking one look and concluding that this little doll-like Lolita had been starving. He pulled out a lollipop, and a bottle of water from the backpack, giving them to Yun Kai Wei and saying, "Quickly eat." When a person is not eaten for a long period, he or she cannot suddenly eat huge amounts, or they can choke to death. That was the reason for why Yu Zhong only gave this girl a high-calorie lollipop. Yun Kai Wei did not seem to mind that the food was from a stranger. She immediately put it into her mouth and started sucking it. The sweet taste of the lollipop seemed to give her a sense of revival. She felt as if it was the best thing on earth right at this moment. Yun Kai Wei was captivated by the lollipop, and after eating it for a few moments, before using her strong willpower to suppress the desire to keep eating the lollipop, she used those huge eyes of hers to plead pitifully, "Big brother, Mummy's inside. Please go save her." "Got it." Yu Zhong immediately stood up and went into the kitchen. Zhuo Yatong had used her remaining strength to shout earlier. After that, she crumpled down onto the floor without any energy left to even climb up. If no one came to save her, she would definitely become like a starved mummy. Yu Zhong came into the kitchen and saw that Zhuo Yatong had fainted. Pulling out a can of cola, he immediately poured it into her mouth. Having drunk 2 mouthfuls of cola at once, Zhuo Yatong choked a bit before opening her eyes, seeing Yu Zhong feeding her. Yu Zhong pulled out a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. This is chocolate. You should still have the energy to chew, right? Zhuo Yatong looked at Yu Zhong, and a small tear fell from her eyes as she started chewing the chocolate weakly. Soon after, she swallowed with great difficulty and regained her energy. After resting for a while, she looked at Yu Zhong expectantly before slowly climbing up. She wanted to eat, really wanted to eat. Yu Zhong looked at Zhuo Yatong and said softly, I just saved you and the little girl outside. If you want to follow me, you have to listen to my orders. I will protect you and feed you to the best of my capabilities. If you do not agree, I will not force you and we will part ways here. Right now, Zhuo Yatong had a face completely covered dust and dirt. Her hair was disheveled and there was a sour odor on her body. She had not bathed in close to 2 months, therefore her body naturally stank. Yu Zhong was not keen to bring her nor the little burden along with him. So coming here to save them was also about the most he could do as a human being. If they were to decline, he would immediately leave. My name is Zhuo Yatong, and the girl outside is my daughter, Yin Kaiwei. We are willing to follow you and your orders. Zhuo Yatong replied a little weakly. She knew that it was a critical decision to make, because if this man in front of her left, the mother-daughter pair would definitely die from hunger here. Eat this, and properly rest for a while. Yu Zhong pulled out a dozen lollipops, 3 chocolate bars, and a small cake, before placing them into Zhuo Yatong's arms. Then he said lightly, You have starved for too long, so you can only eat this for now. Once you have recovered a little, I will let you eat your fill. When Zhuo Yatong saw the amount of high-calorie foods placed in front of her, her eyes flashed, and she immediately tore into a bar of chocolate, her hands trembling as she unwrapped it. Without a care for her image or dignity, she stuffed it in her mouth whilst at the same time, her hand were already on the small piece of cake, also trembling as she unwrapped the packaging. Yu Zhong looked at her as she was wolfing down the food and asked, Can you drive? Yes. With her mouth full of food, she used her throat to sound out an affirmation. She grabbed the bottle of mineral water and washed down the food with a few gulps before replying hastily. In the garage there is a BMW, and the fuel inside can last us for at least 60 kilometers. Zhuo Yatong knew she needed to show her value as a team member, otherwise she might be discarded. Hiding in this 3-story bungalow, she had witnessed many cases in the leather shop nearby where people had been forced out only to be eaten by the zombies. This was precisely because those people could only eat and were not useful to the boss. 10 days ago, even the boss of the leather shop could not bear the hunger anymore and made an attempt to enter the convenience store. The effort was in vain as he was devoured by the zombies, and the scene had shocked Zhuo Yatong, preventing her from stepping out of the bungalow to look for food. Yu Zhong frowned, as cars like BMWs were not of practical use in the current world. These types of cars would be dented just after a few hits with the zombies. Only vehicles like Hummers and the Dongfeng vehicles with a sturdy frame were more reliable. Using them to hit and crush zombies would not be a problem. Looking at the weak Zhuo Yatong, he pulled out a chunk of cooked mutant beast meat, saying, Eat this. Zhuo Yatong received the meat and took a huge bite. Not long after, a warmth blossomed in her body, and she felt that her strength was recovering consistently. She was pleasantly surprised and immediately asked, What treasure is this? Yu Zhong saw that Zhuo Yatong had recovered her energy in such a short time, and his eyes could not help but flash with surprise. You can stand and walk on your own? I don't want to stay here for too long. Zhuo Yatong used her strength to prop herself up, standing up shakily. While she still felt weak, her body had a hint of energy. She looked at Yu Zhong and said firmly, I can walk now. Let's go. Yu Zhong looked at her and immediately went outside in big strides. With just a thought, Yu Zhong made White Bones pick up Yin Kaiwei in one of its arms as though it was carrying a little kitten, and it followed out. Zhuo Yatong got into the garage and started to drive the BMW out. Yu Zhong sat in the front passenger seat, while Yin Kaiwei and Lu Ariai sat behind. White Bones acted as the vanguard in front of the BMW, clearing out the normal zombies that had been attracted to the commotion of the car starting. As soon as the zombies got within range, White Bones would immediately decapitate them. so that they could not even touch the car. Under the protection of white bones, Yu Zhong's group quickly made it out of Qin village. When they passed a small stream, Yu Zhong got Zhuo Yatong to disembark and lightly said, "You and Little Wei should go wash up." Zhuo Yatong's face turned red, and she immediately got out of the car, walking towards the stream. She knew how she must have smelled after not having bathed for close to 3 months. Yu Zhong also grabbed the little lowly Yun Kai Wei and walked towards the stream. "Can you turn around?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhuo Yatong pleaded to Yu Zhong. She was not used to bathing under someone else's supervision. Yu Zhong took a look at her and said warmly, "Although there are no zombies in the wild, there are many more fearsome mutant beasts. If you two don't want my protection, I can wait outside for you." Zhuo Yatong was frightened by this and immediately replied, "Don't go." After that, she pondered a little more before entering the stream fully clothed with Yun Kai Wei. The water was not deep, only up to their waist, and it was so clear that one could see the bottom. Other than the various schools of fishes and prawns, there were no scary mutant beasts to be seen. The moment the mother and daughter pair entered the water, they began scrubbing themselves with fervor. After the world had changed, due to the fear of being infected, Zhuo Yatong and Yun Kai Wei did not dare take a bath. They also only drank from bottled water and water that they had stored before. This was the first time that they had taken a bath for 3 months. Yun Kai Wei had also eaten the meat Yu Zhong gave her, so even though she had not regained her full strength, it could be said that she had a little more energy now. Yu Zhong sat down boredly, observing the surroundings. In the wilderness of the New World, the mutant beasts were considered the most dangerous existence out here. Hence, the moment he let his guard down, the mother and daughter could be in danger. "I'm done. Do you have a set of dry clothes to spare?" An extremely soft and beautiful voice sounded, making Yu Zhong turn towards the source. His breathing sped up. He saw an extremely beautiful woman with long black hair and snow-white skin. Her slender body, long legs, and perky, but like features from an exquisite painting. She exuded an alluring, mature charm. Her clothes were all wet and transparent, and she was standing right there in front of him. Chapter 208. Push down Zhuo Yatong. Chapter 208. Push down Zhuo Yatong. That stunning beauty, full of mature charm, was precisely Zhuo Yatong. A soaked white shirt clung tightly onto her full figure, completely outlining her beautiful body. Yu Zhong could even see her black lace bra and sexy little black, full of mystery and maturity. He was dumbstruck and stared at the woman in front of him. His throat was slightly dry and an evil fire gushed out from his groin, making his flag suddenly rise up. Up until now, he had constantly been busy fighting, searching for resources, approving documents, and thinking about how he should go about improving his power in the future. Every day, he was dead tired from all this business. He had already gone for many days without satisfying his own desires. This time, place and scene had given birth to a strong urge inside him, making him want to take possession of this beautiful woman, whose body was extremely pretty all over and was full of a mature charm. Zhuo Yatong also felt Yu Zhong's aggressive gaze. She was very familiar with this sort of gaze, since before the end of the world, there were many men who had once eyed her with the same aggressive gaze. It was just that due to fearing her family's background, those men didn't make a move. Instead, they behaved courteously and gentlemanly to conceal their inner desires. Yu Zhong suddenly took a big stride forwards and directly hugged Zhuo Yatong. Zhuo Yatong let out a cry and anxiously exclaimed, Don't do it here. Little Wei is watching." She had already begun to make preparations for becoming Yu Zhong's. However, she didn't want her daughter to see the shameful scene. Yun Kai Wei opened her innocent eyes wide as she watched Yu Zhong hug Zhuo Yatong, and her eyes flashed with a strange light. "White Bones!" Yu Zhong let out a low growl like a wild beast. White Bones' right hand extended up to Yun Kai Wei and grabbed onto her clothes. The bone shrunk back and took Yun Kai Wei away. Yu Zhong flipped over Zhuo Yatong's body straight away and grabbed onto her ample buttocks, entering her like a naughty puppy might jump into one's embrace. An incomparably comfortable feeling surged into Yu Zhong's heart as he wantonly violated the stunning beauty below. It also made her constantly let out captivating cries from her cherry lips. Only after sex did Yu Zhong carry Zhuo Yatong into the little stream for her to fully cleanse herself. Change into these. Yu Zhong rummaged around his backpack, taking out a pair of jeans and a white shirt before tossing them to Zhuo Yatong. In his storage ring, there was only this type of clothing and no women's clothes. Zhuo Yatong hesitated for a moment before changing her clothes right in front of Yu Zhong, displaying her beautiful in front of his eyes. That pair of jeans wrapped tightly around Zhuo Yatong's buttocks, and her ample were also almost about to make the buttons on the white shirt burst apart. She hesitated for a moment again before telling Yu Zhong, "It's a little tight." After having intimate sex with Zhuo Yatong, Yu Zhong's tone when speaking to her had also softened to some degree. "I know now. In the future, I will help you to find a set, but for now, just bear with it." Zhuo Yatong gently nodded and said, "Mm." Looking at the sexy and impressive Zhuo Yatong, Yu Zhong suddenly took her into his arms, and his big hand slipped in her clothes, grabbing onto that extremely ample pair of jade rabbits full of elasticity. As he smelt her body's fragrance after bathing, he lightly said, "Is Yun Kaiwei your daughter? Today I see that your age does not exceed 27 or 28. How can you already have a daughter this old?" Zhuo Yatong was sexy and also had a mature charm. Yu Zhong had already made her become his own. Only now did he wish to understand her past. If it was a normal situation, Yu Zhong would have no interest in her story whatsoever. As she lay in Yu Zhong's embrace, Zhuo Yatong slowly recounted her own past. This year, she was only 28 years old and was right at the golden age. Her daughter Yun Kaiwei was also only 11 this year. When she was 16, Zhuo Yatong had fallen in love with a man and had thus eaten the forbidden fruit. Not long after, she conceived and subsequently gave birth to that man's child. However, as soon as he saw their child, that man was scared of the burden and responsibility of child-rearing and broke up with Zhuo Yatong. Zhuo Yatong's family could be regarded as a prominent one. Upon knowing of this matter, the elders of her family were absolutely furious and chased the mother-daughter pair away to a remote little village as some sort of banishment. Zhuo Yatong was very brave and relied on her own efforts, some funding from her parents, and also her family's prestige to gradually operate a business that produced a decent career for her. Before the end of the world, she was already kind of a rich woman with a net worth of several million. At the time Z-Day had commenced, Zhuo Yatong had just been preparing for a birthday party with her daughter. They had stored a large amount of grain, cakes, pastries, and drinks in advance. It was because of this large amount of stored-up food that she and her daughter were able to luckily hold on for 3 months until Yu Zhong had rescued them. With some overbearingness, Yu Zhong said, "From now on, you are mine. I will not let you be touched by other men, nor will I let you fall in love with other men. If I discover that you have betrayed me, I will definitely not let you go." "I know now, husband," Zhuo Yatong said coquettishly as she curled up like a lazy cat in Yu Zhong's embrace. This was the first time in many years that she had acted as such to a man, and it made her feel quite good. If those men who had tried to court Zhuo Yatong before the end of the world saw this, it would definitely make their eyes shatter all over the place. It's important to know that back then, her style at the market always appeared as an image of a strong woman in the eyes of others. She was an independent, modern woman. If it was before the end of the world, men like Yu Zhong definitely wouldn't be the sort of partner chosen by Zhuo Yatong. She was able to build up a career without any help from a man and lived very well. However, after the end of the world, Zhuo Yatong could only choose to rely on Yu Zhong. She had rich experience and had witnessed the cruelty of post-apocalypse humans. Otherwise, with her beauty, she would be bound to experience a lot of suffering. Upon hearing this stunning beauty, Zhuo Yatong call him husband and act so coquettishly towards him, Yu Zhong felt very comfortable. In his current, only Guo Yu's appearance and temperament could be compared to that of Zhuo Yatong's. However, one was a sweet fruit that was gradually ripening, whilst the other was already mature, the whole body revealing a honey-sweet fruit. Both were different types of beauties and couldn't really be compared. Yuzhong gently led Zhuo Yatong down and said in a deep voice, "Right, let's go." Zhuo Yatong straightened her clothes, smiled sweetly, and said, After she finished speaking, as if she were a little girl who had just fallen in love, Zhuo Yatong's soft little hand, as white as snow, held onto Yuzhong's big hand, and they walked forward. As he held onto Zhuo Yatong's little hand, Yuzhong's heart was slightly swayed. Even though he had once had sex with 3 others, it was his first time holding hands with a woman whilst walking. Before, he had constantly been in battle, in more battles, and in even more battles again. All this desperate effort was for the sake of survival and evolving. Yuzhong was not really a genius at fighting. He could only grow stronger through his constant, repeated efforts in finding opportunities to become stronger. He raised his own strength little by little, increasing his own power. Wave after wave of unexpected events made him exhausted, to the extent that he couldn't even properly go on a date. Holding on to Zhuo Yatong's hand, Yuzhong arrived in front of the car. What a pretty! Is she really that Zhuo Yatong? Bossy really is good luck. Lu Arii looked at Zhuo Yatong with her stunning looks, sexy figure, and dazzling fashion, and his eyes flashed with a little shock. Since he was experienced in these sorts of matters, he naturally knew what had just happened below with Yuzhong and Zhuo Yatong. The lowly Yun Kaiwei trotted up to Yuzhong and Zhuo Yatong, and using that pair of big blinking eyes, she asked Zhuo Yatong with an innocent expression, "Mummy, what game did you play just now down there with Big Brother?" Right now, Yun Kaiwei had also changed into a large set of men's clothes. Although this made her appearance rather strange, her innocent sweetness was still hard to conceal. Upon hearing her own daughter's question, Zhuo Yatong's face was instantly covered in a scarlet glow as she felt endlessly ashamed. She had no way whatsoever of telling her innocent daughter that just now she had actually been battling in the wilderness with a man. Yuzhong went up and took a look at Yun Kaiwei before saying in an unquestionable tone, "We're going now. Little Wei, get into the car." "Yes, Big Brother." Yun Kaiwei's pixie-like eyes turned, and she didn't continue to ask this question that made Zhuo Yatong feel awkward. In a well-behaved manner, she went to the back seat and sat down there. Gratefully, Zhuo Yatong glanced at Yuzhong and said, "Thank you." Yuzhong smiled at her and directly sat down in the front seat. Zhuo Yatong got on as well and started the engine, leaving this place. Evening. Dinner was barbecued meat, cakes, and milk. Zhuo Yatong and Yun Kaiwei had both starved for a long time, so as soon as they saw the delicious food, they couldn't resist and ravenously began to eat. As he watched Zhuo Yatong eat in such an unrestrained manner, Yuzhong gently patted her on the back and said, "Eat a little slower. I still have a lot of food here." Zhuo Yatong's pretty face blushed, and only then did she slow down her eating speed, regaining her elegant demeanor again. Coupled with her own stunning looks and that she had originally received good etiquette training as a young miss, even the picture of her eating could be regarded as a beautiful scene. Yun Kaiwei's big eyes wandered around a little on Yuzhong and Zhuo Yatong's bodies, the light in her eyes briefly flashing before disappearing. Lu Arii sneakily took a couple of glances at Zhuo Yatong before not daring to look again, afraid that he might be charmed by that mature, sexy, and elegant woman if he kept on looking. "Husband, I have a headache." After eating a chunk of barbecued meat, Zhuo Yatong's pretty face was suddenly dyed with a red glow. Both of her eyes seemed lost, and her body swayed a few times before collapsing onto the ground. "What's happened?" As he watched Zhuo Yatong collapse onto the ground, Yuzhong's heart was shaken, and he immediately brought her into his embrace. He saw that her face looked abnormally flushed, and a sense of foreboding poured out from his heart. Immediately, he reached out and touched her forehead, and his hand felt an extreme heat. "Do you have a fever?" Yuzhong's heart sank. In this apocalypse world where doctors were hard to find, there was a great probability of dying from an illness. Chapter 209. Zhuo Yatong Evolves. Chapter 209. Zhuo Yatong Evolves. If it were in Qingyuan County, Yu Zhong could get over 20 doctors to help diagnose and treat Zhuo Yatong, but here he could only rely on the life-saving grass and some herbs, stuffing them into her mouth and watching over her. In Yu Zhong's storage ring, he had amassed quite a number of herbs. After all, the life-saving grass was not entirely a miracle drug. Although it could help recover internal injuries and treat external wounds, with regard to illnesses resulting from viruses, it was not much of a help. Yin Kaiwei looked at her mother, whose face was currently pale, her entire body perspiring and her breath ragged. She pulled on Yu Zhong's hands and asked worriedly, "Mommy, big brother, what's wrong with her?" In this world, Yin Kaiwei could only rely on her mother and Yu Zhong, so seeing her mother like this was enough to cause her to panic. Yu Zhong helped Zhuo Yatong wipe away the sweat on her face while consoling Yin Kaiwei. "Don't worry, it will all be all right." Yu Zhong himself did not know what had happened to Zhuo Yatong, but he knew for a fact that he could not be rash. Being rash would not help anything, so he pulled Yin Kaiwei away from Zhuo Yatong's side and placed her into the car. After the world had changed, many sorts of strange happenings had taken place. If Zhuo Yatong suddenly became a zombie, it would not be considered as unexpected. Half an hour passed, then followed by a full hour, and with the flow of time, an entire night passed, yet Zhuo Yatong's fever did not subside one bit, although she had not turned into a zombie. On the second day, Yu Zhong cooked porridge again to feed Zhuo Yatong and help her wipe away her perspiration, busily taking care of her for an entire day. There was no intention to progress from their current spot. On the morning of the third day, Zhuo Yatong furrowed her eyebrows, opening those beautiful eyes of hers and seeing Yu Zhong lying beside her, obviously having taken care of her for an entire day. Emotions rushed up in Zhuo Yatong's heart, and at this moment, she fell in love with this youth younger than her by 8 to 9 years. Women were usually emotional creatures. Whilst Yu Zhong had come to their aid at the start, she was thankful but not moved. Even their tryst by the riverside happened as a way of thanking Yu Zhong for saving them, and it was not out of love. Hence, at that time, she didn't actually develop any feelings for him. Yet when she found that Yu Zhong had taken care of her unconditionally when she was unwell, she realized that she had truly fallen for this man. This was because regardless of what his motives were, he had personally taken care of her very carefully, and this type of trait was hard to find in the current world. Zhuo Yatong couldn't help but reach out her hand to stroke Yu Zhong's face. As he possessed a strong sense of wariness, Yu Zhong had awakened the moment Zhuo Yatong had moved. He grabbed her delicate hands in his, saying, "You're up. Let me go cook some porridge for you." Not a single mushy sentence like, "I love you," or "without you I'll die" came from his mouth. Yet this simple sentence had moved Zhuo Yatong. Her emotions stirred. Yu Zhong also did not know that he had unintentionally won the heart of this beauty. He had chosen to take care of her simply because he had treated her as his woman, and he had the responsibility to. He knew that even though he had won her body, he did not assume that he could win her heart. Zhuo Yatong looked at Yu Zhong, and a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. She said, "I'm fine now. Let me prepare the food." Looking after her man is a woman's basic duty. After which, Zhuo Yatong sat up. The moment she sat up, she was full of mature charm, and her entire body seemed as though it was free of unnecessary weight. That pair of voluptuous mounds that were full yet soft at the same time seemed to push her unbuttoned blouse out even further, exhibiting her tender, snow-white skin to Yu Zhong. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Yu Zhong only took in the scene for a few breaths, but it made everything else seem just as beautiful too. It was just for a few moments, yet he felt the surge of desire. Should he continue looking, he was afraid he would leap on top of her again. He was deeply attracted to her mature body and demeanor. Zhuo Yatong saw Yu Zhong's gaze sweep over her body and her mouth curled upwards. She was clearly delighted. With regard to her attractiveness, she was very confident. Yu Zhong looked toward the corner of the tent and said lightly, "Are there any changes in your body?" Zhuo Yatong became silent for a while before she suddenly responded in alarm. "Husband, I think I've become an evolver." "An evolver? Yu Zhong heard this, and his mind immediately went blank. He had a lot of enhancers in his team, but as for true evolvers like Yao Yao, she was the only one whom he knew. It was really the first time that Yu Zhong had come across the process of an evolution. Yu Zhong continued his questions, saying, "What are your current abilities and skills? In other words, did you gain anything during the evolution?" Yao Yao was considered an agility-based evolver. Yu Zhong had tried asking her before, right after her evolution, and obtaining a huge boost in agility. Every time she gained an increase in abilities from the system, other than 2 points of free allocation, she would gain a fixed increase in agility. It could be said that when comparing evolvers with the normal enhancers, the evolvers actually reaped more benefits. Zhuo Yatong's face did a weird change, and she hesitated a little before saying, "My strength had received the strongest boost. Currently, my stats are level 1, strength 25, agility 13, vitality 12, spear 11, stamina 12, and endurance 13. Evolvers really do have an advantage." Yu Zhong was partly depressed, yet also happy for Zhuo Yatong at the same time. Zhuo Yatong's basic attributes were already above average. Hence, even if she was only level 1, after her evolution, she had attributes that had already surpassed normal level 10 enhancers. The 25 points of strength had bestowed upon her an immense strength. If she gave it her all, she could probably snap the neck of a normal zombie with just one punch. Yu Zhong waved his hands and retrieved 3 skill books, throwing them to Zhuo Yatong and saying, "These 3 books are for you. As long as you want to learn them, you can easily do it." Those 3 skill books were the Level 2 skill, Super Strength Enhancement, Level 2 skill, High Speed Movement, and the Level 3 skill, Enormous Power Solidification. The Level 3 skill book was obtained when Yu Zhong had killed the mutant water snake. He had already learned it before, hence there was no need to relearn. After receiving the 3 books, with just a thought, they turned into streams of light and entered her sea of knowledge, uniting to form strange runes within. Yu Zhong retrieved a set of white gloves, level 1 enhanced boots, a replica Tang sword, a level 2 armor, and the water snake skin cape that he had swapped out earlier, passing it all to Zhuo Yatong. That water snake skin cape was one of 4 sets that Yu Zhong had kept prepared in his ring. After all, being in constant battles could cause either the Rat King skin or water snake skin to rupture. Therefore, when he had fully equipped Zhuo Yatong, her strength reached 41 points, stronger than most normal people by 4 times. If she used the strength enhancement skill, she could unleash a strength 7 times that of a normal person. However, even though she possessed such strength, she did not have the relevant experience in battle. Any level 10 enhancer under Yu Zhong's training could easily dispose of Zhuo Yatong, who had not gone through any training. However, the fact remained that her strength vastly outstripped that of other normal enhancers. It was precisely because of this that Yu Zhong chose to invest in her, giving her 3 skill books in one go. "Is this my strength?" Zhuo Yatong casually lifted up Yu Zhong's backpack that weighed a few dozen kilos, and she couldn't believe that she, who looked so frail, could actually possess such strength. Yu Zhong took a look at Zhuo Yatong and said in a deep voice, "Yatong, you are now an evolver, and your abilities have vastly surpassed normal zombies. Now you possess the strength, but still lack the actual experience to battle a zombie. After this, you will need to handle 3 normal zombies by yourself. Until you have finished disposing of 3 zombies, I will not lend a hand. Do you understand?" Zhuo Yatong was not a stupid person, so as soon as she saw the firm expression on Yu Zhong's face, she gritted her teeth and replied heavily, "Understood." As they continued on their journey at top speed, Yu Zhong's party came across a highway which was packed with many private vehicles. On that densely packed highway, there were many zombies roaming around as well. Upon hearing the noise of the BMW, a number of the zombies started shambling over. Yu Zhong saw the zombies making their way over and ordered White Bones, "Leave one alive, kill the rest." The moment White Bones received the order, it moved as quick as lightning, rushing into the midst of the zombies in a short span of a few breaths. Immediately, White Bones waved its axe like a tornado, killing all but one before returning to Yu Zhong's side. Zhong took a glance at the remaining zombie before giving Zhuo Yatong the order. Go. Finish it. Your strength is much stronger than it. All of your attributes are superior to these zombies, so as long as you can muster the courage, you can kill them. Zhuo Yatong grabbed her Tang sword and walked a few steps forward. However, the moment she saw the rotting face with two huge holes as well as the blackened teeth, the murky white eyes and the shriveled body, she could not help but feel fear rising in her heart. Her body trembled, and she looked back at Zhong. Most people would not be able to overcome their fear of the grotesque appearance, as well as the fear of infection if they didn't try killing the zombies. They also would not be able to engage in a battle with them, not to mention a brawl. To brawl with a zombie required courage. At that time, in Qinyuan County, Zhong had to threaten the survivors with guns in order to force them beyond their threshold before they actually rushed ahead to fight the zombies. Facing the pleading look on Zhuo Yatong's face, Zhong was unmoved and only sternly glanced at her before saying, "If you don't want to become its food, you have to use your sword to chop off its head." Chapter 210, Sea of Zombies, Dead End. Chapter 210, Sea of Zombies, Dead End. Why are you still hesitating? After being scolded by Zhong, Zhuo Yatong gritted her teeth, turned her head around, and gripped her Tang sword tightly, approaching the zombie carefully. With just a thought from Zhong, White Bones used its fiery demonic eyes to keep a close watch on Zhuo Yatong. As soon as there was something wrong, it would immediately shoot out a bone spear to save her life. Although he said he would not care about her life or death, in truth, Zhong was not willing to let a woman whom he had a relationship with die here. Zhuo Yatong could already be considered an independent woman before the world had changed. Under the pressure of Zhong, she was now forced to show her potential. She edged carefully towards the zombie, and to her surprise, she found that the zombie's speed was extremely slow. She routed around the zombie at a quick pace before stopping behind the zombie and bringing down her Tang sword swiftly, beheading it. This zombie is only SOSO. After beheading her first zombie, Zhuo Yatong felt a surge of pride, and her fear towards the zombie lessened. She smiled at Zhong as she walked back haughtily to his side. Zhong looked towards White Bones and ordered, "Go and lure 3 of them here." White Bones shot forwards like an arrow and once again attracted the attention of 6 zombies. After luring them away from the other zombies, it casually disposed of 3 of them. Zhong pointed towards the 3 zombies and gave an order to Zhuo Yatong. "Go finish them. Remember, the snake skin pelt on you can block even bullets, so as long as you don't let them reach your head, you will be safe." Listening to Zhuo Yatong's original pale face regained a bit of color. She was still confident of dealing with 1 zombie, but 3 in one go seemed to be beyond her capabilities, and she had not succeeded at something like that before. Gritting her teeth and taking a huge breath, Zhuo Yatong rushed towards the zombies with huge steps. However, she maintained her guard, and the moment she arrived in front of them, she started circling them constantly, looking for an opportunity to strike. The 3 zombies could only helplessly move around shakily on the spot as they tried to get closer to Zhuo Yatong. However, their movement speed was slow and they were clustered together, giving Zhuo Yatong the feeling that she was like a mouse leading some tortoises around. After circling the zombies 3 times, she could not take it anymore and rushed towards one of them. At this moment, one of the other zombies had just turned around, exposing the horrors of its face that had been bitten off as it reached out for Zhuo Yatong. She took a look at the zombie's face and clamped up in fright, which allowed the zombie to claw at her body. "I'm dying. I'm dying." At that moment, Zhuo Yatong's mind only had this thought, and she frantically used her Tang sword to hack mindlessly at the zombie. With strength that was 4 times that of normal humans wielding the sharp Tang sword, the 2 zombies were hacked into several pieces by the desperate Zhuo Yatong. The last zombie had just neared Zhuo Yatong before it immediately entered the range of her frenzied attacks and was chopped into pieces. After killing the 3 zombies, Zhuo Yatong took ragged breaths, and her face was pale. With her current enhanced self, beheading 3 zombies wouldn't actually consume much stamina, but under the stressful situation, she had expended quite a bit of it. Liu Erei was watching Zhuo Yatong cut through the 3 zombies with ease, and his eyes opened wide with shock. He did not expect that the woman who was saved by Yu Zhong, who looked so frail and delicate at the time, could deal with zombies on her own, which was something that not even most men could accomplish. Liu Erei's eyes glowed as he looked at Zhuo Yatong. It's too amazing. What exactly did Boss Yu do? He actually managed to raise this woman's abilities to this extent in these few days. If only I could be this strong as well. Wait a moment. He said before that the snake skin pelt that I'm wearing can withstand scratches from zombies. After a few breaths, Zhuo Yatong remembered what Yu Zhong told her and looked at the spot where the zombie had attacked her. She saw that other than a hole in the village clothes, the snake skin pelt was without a scratch. I shall guide you on killing the zombies more efficiently. Watch closely. Yu Zhong walked up to her and spoke lightly, before taking big strides towards the horde of zombies. He arrived in front of the abandoned cars and lashed out viciously with his leg, causing a loud sound. A number of zombies started moving towards the source of the sound. Yu Zhong entered the zombie horde, his blade flashing as though he was training, and one by one, the zombies that approached him only saw death. When he was surrounded by dozens of zombies, as they attacked him simultaneously, he would retreat back a step, dodging a huge number of attacks. He allowed a few to reach his body before a single flash of his blade struck out, beheading all of the zombies as if he were harvesting wheat. In just a few moments, the zombies were all killed by Yu Zhong, and not a single one remained. Zhuo Yatong saw how easy it was for Yu Zhong to dispose of all those zombies without batting an eyelid, and she recognized the vast difference between her combat abilities and his. At the same time, though, she felt overjoyed. Seeing as such a powerful man was her husband, she would naturally feel proud. After slaughtering those zombies, Yu Zhong returned to Zhuo Yatong's side and started telling her about the various tactics and strategies to employ when dealing with different situations regarding zombies. After the talk, Yu Zhong once again threw Zhuo Yatong into the midst of a zombie horde. She had the snakeskin pelt, so as long as she did not come across an evolved zombie or any other major issues, she would not be in danger. Furthermore, White Bones was constantly on guard beside her to provide protection should the need arise. As she continued her training, she improved quickly, and her speed of killing zombies became faster. Originally, her abilities exceeded those of normal enhancers by 10 times, and she was also well equipped. The moment she overcame her fear of zombies, killing them became an easy feat after an entire morning. The zombies in the whole area were cleared by her. There was even an L1 amongst those which she killed. After killing such a large number of zombies, Zhuo Yatong rose to level 8 and obtained a huge amount of enhancement points. Her strength was not lacking, but her stamina was one of the weaker points. Therefore, Yu Zhong guided her to allocate 14 points entirely to her stamina. At the same time, in accordance with Yu Zhong's conjecture, Zhuo Yatong, being a true evolver, gained a fixed point in strength every time she leveled up. It was clear that she was a strength-based evolver. After the zombies in this area had been cleared, Yu Zhong brought Zhuo Yatong and traveled along the highway, making their way towards Tianyang County. After traveling for about 2 kilometers, Yu Zhong came to a stop as a huge sea of zombies suddenly appeared in sight. Their numbers stretched for miles on either side, and they cut off the intended road to Tianyang County, making it so that he couldn't even see the horizon. Sitting inside the BMW, Zhuo Yatong and Liu Erei looked towards the sea of zombies in the distance, and their faces turned pale. It was their first time coming across a horde of such magnitude. Against such a number, an individual's strength seemed so negligible. Yu Zhong looked at the zombies and was lost in thought for a while, before swiftly climbing up a tree by the side of the road. He stood atop the tree over 10 m tall and took in the sight. He could see that the zombies had literally filled every place for up to a distance of at least a few kilometers away. Beyond that, the zombies had formed a sort of dam, blocking the road back to Tianyang County. Unless he made his way alone through the mountains that were devoid of any human activity, he would not be able to break through this sea of zombies. Even if he activated his encompassing body armor, used the bone spears, and also used various other skills, it would not be easy. The sea of zombies was not remaining still. The zombies simply followed along the highway and progressed aimlessly. Turn back. Yu Zhong observed the sea of zombies for a while before leaping down and getting into the car, giving instructions to Zhuo Yatong. The huge sea of zombies was not on a level for Yu Zhong to contend with, and so he switched his priority to finding a radio communications tower. He would make use of it to contact his forces. Zhuo Yatong stepped on the pedal and brought the car to turn around, going back the way they came from. Yu Zhong's team did not make it very far before they came across a fleet of 5 buses, 4 Dongfeng trucks, 2 Humvees, 3 Jeeps, and 4 cars that cut off the road. Yu Zhong saw the appearance of the fleet and his eyebrows furrowed. With a wave of his hand, Zhuo Yatong stopped the BMW. With just a flick, a .05 light assault rifle with a silencer appeared in his hands. This gun was lightweight and had a simple structure. With its small size, it possessed good accuracy and strong firepower at close range. And with its ammo capacity at 50 rounds per clip, it was currently one of China's most advanced weapons. Even though its firepower could not penetrate the defense of an L2, when dealing with humans, it could not be beaten. Hold this. Yu Zhong gave a .54 handgun to Zhuo Yatong. When dealing with zombies, it was possible to still engage in melee combat, but when dealing with other humans, using guns was a sort of assurance. Yu Zhong was not sure what kind of people were in front of him, and he wanted to be safe than sorry. Zhuo Yatong looked at Yu Zhong, and her eyes flashed with shock. She didn't know how Yu Zhong managed to retrieve the .05 light submachine gun and .54 handgun. Just how many secrets is he hiding on his body? Zhuo Yatong thought silently in her mind as she accepted the .54 handgun and played with it for a moment before glancing at Yu Zhong. The fleet saw Yu Zhong's team in the BMW, and one of the Jeeps came to a stop. 4 men stepped out. Amongst them, 3 of them held 81 rifles, whilst the leader was very burly and only held a .79 assault rifle, with a Tang sword hanging at his waist. His clothes were very tidy, and his bearings gave the impression of a cheetah ready to pounce. Yu Zhong opened the car door and strode out. Chapter 211, Survivor Fleet. Chapter 211, Survivor Fleet. The 4 men saw that Yu Zhong was approaching them with the dark magic sword by his waist and a .05 light submachine gun in his hands. Their eyes narrowed as they raised their caution towards him. Someone who was well-equipped and prepared in the current world was not simple, and they didn't want to offend such a person needlessly. The well-built man, carrying the .79 assault rifle, with a gait like that of cheetah, smiled at Yu Zhong and said, "How are you? I'm Niu Jiang. I'm not sure how I should address you. The little brother here? I'm Yu Zhong." Yu Zhong took a look at Niu Jiang before asking, "Niu Jiang, where are you guys headed for?" Niu Jiang did not hesitate before responding. "We want to head to the SY County gathering. The government has established stability there and has called out to survivors to gather there." Niu Jiang looked at Yu Zhong and said warmly, "Brother Yu Zhong, why don't you come along with us? Moving together brings more benefits." Yu Zhong was well equipped, and the items on him were not simple. If he joined this fleet, then their defense would also rise. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before nodding. Yes, that sort of government establishment would definitely have radio communications. Since Yu Zhong's destination was the same as Niu Jiang's team, he naturally would not decline going together. Yu Zhong joined Niu Jiang's team, and the entire fleet continued on their journey. When the sun set, the fleet chose a small, barren plain to set up camp. In the fleet, there was a total of 200 survivors. The moment they disembarked, they would pull out pots and pans, and the children and women would forage for twigs and branches to start a fire for cooking. Amongst these 200 survivors, a huge number of them had tattered clothes and emaciated appearances. However, there were a few who seemed much better off. There was a handful who were led around by a fatty with a plump face and huge belly. He was surrounded by 5 men and 8 women of mixed ages, all of whom didn't seem weak. Yet another group, comprised of a male cop dressed in his uniform, leading his colleagues around, and each of them had a 79 assault rifle. Another handful had Niu Jiang as their leader with 9 people in total, each of them equipped with either a 81 rifle or 79 assault rifle. There was one final group, where the leader was a bespectacled male, roughly 30 years old, and he was gathered with 34 other people. The majority of the survivors gathered around the bespectacled male were mostly middle school students of 13 to 14 years. This crowd of people was the largest with the most people. The other survivor groups would be as large as a family at most. No one else congregated on such a level. Yu Zhong's team stepped out from the BMW. Zhuo Yatong brought Yun Kaiwei to wash the rice to cook. Lu Arii was in charge of gathering the rotten leaves and debris for starting a fire. Yu Zhong pulled out 2 tents from the boot of the BMW, and he set it up. The 2 tents had just been pitched when they attracted almost everyone's attention from the other camp. After the end of the world, luxurious goods were frowned upon, and the most sought-after items became food. When the 200 survivors were on the run, their focus was only on getting as much food packed as they could. Luxury items like tents were considered unnecessary, and so none of them had one. Camping tents. Do they think they're on a tour? One of the students looked on with envy as she scowled in a low voice. Currently, the year was already entering the autumn season, hence the air could get very cold in the night. Without camping tents, they could only squeeze together in a bus, where it was extremely cramped and uncomfortable. Another student snorted coldly. With a hinge of jealousy in his eyes as he looked at Yu Zhong's side, the student said, "Let's ignore them. They will regret it once they run through their rations." Amongst the grumbling of the envious and jealous people, one of the men under the fatty walked to Yu Zhong's side. His body was on the skinny side, and he said with a hint of haughtiness, "I'm called He. How should I address this little brother?" Yu Zhong glanced at He, lightly saying, "I'm Yu Zhong. Do you have any business with me? I'm a driver for Secretary Huang from Xiaoyun County." "That person over there is Secretary Huang." He pointed towards the fatty, surrounded by a few men before saying, "Since it's autumn now, the winds are cold. I hope you can give this tent to him. Once we arrive at SY County's gathering point, Secretary Huang will definitely take care of you guys. With his status, even getting you some civil servant positions would not be an issue." After he finished talking, he looked on confidently at Yu Zhong. Although the world had changed a lot, the government had established a safe haven for the survivors at SY County. Secretary Huang could be considered someone of power even before the end of the world, and his words had some worth. As long as they could reach SY County and establish themselves, securing a few civil posts would be an easy feat. A position that allowed you to eat your fill in the current world was really an achievement. It was enough for people to fight bitterly to obtain it. He did not believe that Yu Zhong would decline the offer. Yu Zhong looked at He with disgust before saying coldly, "Not interested. Please go back." He heard the words and instantly turned pale. He had noticed the 05 light submachine gun in Yu Zhong's hands, so he could only hold back the harsh words at the tip of his tongue. He immediately turned on the spot and walked back towards his boss. Secretary Huang glanced at He and asked quietly, "How is it He?" He replied in a grieved manner, "Boss, he is not willing to give it to you." Secretary Huang's face changed, and he replied, "All right, I understand. Go take a rest and prepare to have dinner." Even though he did not express it explicitly, Secretary Huang started to bear a hatred for Yu Zhong. However, he would always seek counsel before taking action. If he didn't possess enough strength to handle the matter, he might end up creating a problem for himself. Thus, he wouldn't be so stupid. Amongst the survivors, although there were the 5 police officers, these 5 policemen came from another place and were not willing to listen to him, nor take heed of his status as Xiaoyun County VIP. Not long after, Zhuo Yatong and Yun Kaiwei brought over the hot rice that they had cooked. On the other side, Yu Zhong set up a barbecue pit and began roasting the Type 2 mutant boar's meat. Drops of the pig oil dripped onto the fire, feeding the flames. The smell of barbecued meat began wafting through the air. What is that smell? It's barbecued meat. Who is barbecuing meat? The moment the starved survivors caught a whiff of the barbecue, they immediately turned their heads around and looked towards the direction the smell came from. Upon seeing the countless envious gazes, Yu Zhong continued to constantly season the meat without a care, causing the smell to become even more fragrant. One of the middle school students stared at the meat and said with his mouth practically drooling, "Roasted meat, if I could get just one bite, I would die willingly." That's right. Another student took a look at the mixed gruel and bread in his bowl. The amount was so pitiful that the grains of rice could be counted. The student's gaze returned to the meat, and he unconsciously swallowed gulp after gulp of saliva. After the events of Z-Day, all the survivors faced a shortage of food. Niu Jiang and his party of 200 people had congregated over the course of the past 3 months after Z-Day. They were constantly on the move and searching for food, and had lost quite a number of people. Their equipment was running low, and many were starving. Only those who were constantly on the front lines, fighting, and the government officials could eat their fill at the expense of others. Niu Jiang walked to Yu Zhong's side. Looking at Zhuo Yatong, sitting beside him, he was stunned and a strange light flashed past his eyes. Then he said, "How fragrant! Yu Zhong, is this your wife? She's really beautiful. You're quite lucky." Niu Jiang had seen many beautiful women on his countless travels before Z-Day, yet he had seldom seen someone with the demeanor and aura of Zhuo Yatong, and also her beautiful looks and body. Hearing Niu Jiang's sincere praise and calling her Yu Zhong's wife, Zhuo Yatong couldn't help but smile. Her heart leapt in joy, and she also began to see Niu Jiang in a better light. Niu Jiang only looked at Zhuo Yatong once before his gaze fell onto the meat Yu Zhong was roasting, and his eyes couldn't move away. Peerless beauties were great, of course, but he possessed enough strength to attract many women. The meat that Yu Zhong was currently roasting was the true attraction to him right now. Yu Zhong looked at Niu Jiang before smiling and inviting him over, saying, "Please sit. Let's eat together." "Oh, how could I?" Niu Jiang was courteous, yet he did not hesitate to sit down with his eyes fixed on the piece of meat and his saliva already dripping. After the events of Z-Day, the vast majority of biological creatures had undergone mutations, so almost every beast in the wild was much stronger than before. Subsequently, obtaining fresh meat was extremely difficult, and Niu Jiang also hadn't eaten much. After being called Yu Zhong's wife, Zhuo Yatong carried out her duties as a mother and wife, helping scoop rice for Yu Zhong and also cutting a thin slice of meat, which she placed on a dish for Niu Jiang. "Thanks." Niu Jiang received the plate and immediately devoured the meat. The meat was succulent and incredibly delicious, causing him to be endlessly mesmerized. When he hastily chomped down that piece of meat, a smile broke out on his face. He had also received some enhancements. He looked at the huge piece of meat on Yu Zhong's plate, and his gaze became even more intense. Yu Zhong ignored the gaze of Niu Jiang and laughed as he asked, "Niu Jiang, I am not that familiar with your members of the fleet. Why don't you introduce them to me?" As the saying goes, the mouth talks when fed. Niu Jiang had eaten Yu Zhong's meat, and he started carefully introducing the various people to Yu Zhong with attention. "That person over there is..." At first, the fleet only had the 5 policemen and the bunch of students who were on an outing at the time. The leader of the 5 policemen was called Huang Weian. He had brought along his colleagues and the bunch of students, using only his handgun to deal with the zombies as they searched for and rescued other survivors. Chapter 212. The Charm of Roasted Meat. Chapter 212. The Charm of Roasted Meat. With Huang Jian's constant efforts to search for resources with his colleagues and rescuing survivors along the way, a small fleet was gradually formed. They roamed where they could, hiding from the zombies and searching for usables. Secretary Huang's actual name was Huang Weian, and he was the county head of Xiaoyun County. He and his group of people were all rescued by Huang Jian. As for the group made up of students at the beginning of Z-Day, only 12 of them had turned into zombies. Although most of them had actually thrown away their novice staff the teacher, and 13 other students had held onto their weapon. After that, when an enhancer joined the fleet, he told them about the benefits of enhancements. With Wang Jian as the leader, all 4 of the other policemen and himself became enhancers by only using the novice staffs. The students also became enhancers one by one with the help and guidance of Wang Jian and Lu Jin. It was just that leveling with the assistance of others only provided a little experience. Therefore, their aptitude was not high, and the strongest person was currently only level 9. Niu Jiang was a retired soldier before the end of the world, and afterwards, he relied on his own abilities to gain access into a police station and obtain firearms. After recruiting quite a number of people, they roamed about for a while. It was only after the zombies had started evolving and a huge number of his subordinates had perished that he fled with his remaining people. After they had escaped, they joined Wang Jian's fleet. Wang Jian's fleet operated by equal distribution of the resources. Everyone ate the same amount. Only those who went out to hunt for resources and those officials like Huang Weian would get to eat more. Wang Jian was righteous yet not overly concerned with rules, and in fact, he was quite easygoing. Since they were headed to a government establishment, he knew it would not be wise to offend someone of status like Huang Weian. It's important to know that prior to Z-Day, if someone of Huang Weian's status wanted to play with someone insignificant like Wang Jian, who was just a normal civil worker, they would not need to use much force. Of course, it didn't mean Huang Weian literally using his fat body, but with just a few words, it would be easy to remove Wang Jian from his post and rank. Even sending him to be a security guard was not a difficult feat. After Z-Day, no one knew what the establishment that the government had set up looked like, and so even less people dared to offend Huang Weian. They allowed him to retain his official post and an attack team all to himself. Just as Yu Zhong and Niu Jiang were discussing about the various highlights of each team, a tall lady who was about 162 walked in front of Yu Zhong. She seemingly hesitated for a few moments before pointing to the meat and saying, "Let me eat my fill. I will let you do me as you like." Yu Zhong frowned as he lifted his gaze. He saw that the woman was really tall, and although her figure was not as perfect and alluring as Zhuo Yatong's, she did possess a C-cup bust, long slender legs, very white skin, an oval-shaped face, and other defining features. It was just that her eyes seemed a little wan and sallow, and her face also didn't look too good. Even though she could not compare to Zhuo Yatong, she could be considered a beauty in her own right as well. She stared at Yu Zhong and gritted her teeth before saying, "I'm Gu Manzi. I graduated from XXX University of the Arts, and I am 25 years old this year. I don't have a boyfriend and am still a virgin. As long as you let me have my fill of that meat, I will let you play with me however you like. If you can feed me from today on, I will always follow you and be your woman." Gu Manzi had not eaten her fill for at least 2 months. She was tormented by her hunger to the extent that she was close to her tipping point. As Yu Zhong roasted the Type 2 mutant boar meat, the oil glistened all over. If it were before the end of the world, Gu Manzi would have felt revolt at the meat since she was all this time. The meat that was on the grill right now was extremely enticing to her, even more so than having $100,000 prior to Z-Day. Gu Manzi did not even ask for Yu Zhong's name. All she knew was that he was carrying a .05 light assault rifle. He had a dark magic sword at his waist, and he also had 2 pretty ladies by his side, one of them mature and the other still young. There was even an able-bodied man following him. She knew that he could be relied on, so if she wanted to sell herself, she would only sell herself to someone like him. Truthfully, not many women could tolerate the hunger, and in the end, they chose to sell themselves. The few ladies by Huang Weian's side also sold themselves and willingly became his mistresses just to be fed well. Among the fleet, there were even some females who secretly used their bodies in exchange for more food. Thus, it wasn't particularly shocking. If it wasn't for the righteous and moral Wang Jian containing the reasoning of the people, there might have been cases of cannibalism already. Upon hearing Gu Manzi's words, Zhuo Yatong could not help but feel nervous, and she clasped her hands tightly as she looked towards Yu Zhong. Although she was sure that her own looks demeanor, and even strength were all way above Gu Manzi's. From her experience, she knew men were creatures who always preferred new to old. Furthermore, Gu Manzi had something she did not have: virginity. To most men, being able to be the man who took the cherry was a huge attraction. It was just that Zhuo Yatong knew she had no way of controlling the man in front of her, and if she chose to interfere with his decision, while he might listen to her temporarily, he would slowly generate a sort of dislike for her. Her wisest choice would be to use her own abilities and charm to slowly win over his heart. Yuzhong looked at Gu Manzi and asked coldly, "Can you cook?" No. Gu Manzi came from a well-to-do family. Before the events of Z-Day, she was living like a princess. Other than ordering takeouts, she would go to various restaurants and dine there. With regard to preparing meals, she had not considered doing that before. Yu Zhong continued to say softly, "Do you know how to wash clothes?" No. Gu Manzi's expression was turning ugly. Every household had a washing machine before Z-Day, and so a princess like her would not even know how to wash manually. However, after Z-Day, washing clothes by hand became an important task, as a huge amount of clothes had to be washed. Yu Zhong grabbed Zhuo Yatong's hands before looking towards Gu Manzi and asking, "Are you as beautiful as her?" Gu Manzi looked at Zhuo Yatong jealously. Then with an expression that seemed as though she was about to break down, she said, "No." Gu Manzi was very confident in herself, yet she knew that she could not compare to Zhuo Yatong's beauty, elegance, or aura. With her hand held by Yu Zhong, Zhuo Yatong felt a sweetness in her heart, and she smiled at Yu Zhong. Yin Kaiwei saw that Yu Zhong was holding her mother's hand, and her bright eyes lit up as she ate her meat with gusto. The Type 2 mutant boar meat was really a delicacy, and its taste was amazing. She was also afraid of going hungry. Hence, until she had eaten her fill, she would not think about letting her mouth rest. "I do need someone to wait on me, so if you do want to stay, you will need to learn how to be a maid. If you aren't willing, you are free to leave now. If you stay, then sit with us and have a meal together." Just as Gu Manzi was prepared to leave, humiliated and holding back the tears, Yu Zhong's soothing voice resounded in her ears. Yu Zhong was not willing to take in some other girl that he would have to take care of. He only let Gu Manzi stay because he needed a maid. Zhuo Yatong was already his woman, so he did not want to treat her like a maid and order her around. Gu Manzi couldn't help but blurt out, "I'm willing." After which, she immediately sat down with her eyes staring at the piece of meat, and she gulped down her saliva without any regard for her dignity. Seeing her expression, Zhuo Yatong smiled understandably and proceeded to slice off pieces of meat, placing them on a plate for Gu Manzi. She had been, after all, in a similar situation not too long ago. Upon receiving the plate, Gu Manzi immediately dug in and wolfed down the pieces of meat with gusto. She licking the plate clean before continuing to stare at the roasted meat. Yu Zhong glanced at Gu Manzi and said, "You can only eat 3 plates of meat. Based on your current state, if you eat too much, it would not be good for your body." To someone who had starved for a long time like Gu Manzi, placing too much stress on the stomach after such a long period of hunger could cause death from overeating. Listening to Yu Zhong, Zhuo Yatong sliced off 2 servings worth of meat again with some rice, before giving it to Gu Manzi. Gu Manzi looked down at the rice and meat in front of her, her eyes reddening as huge drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. This was the best meal she had eaten in the 3 months since the end of the world. However, having eaten this meal, she had to accept the fact that she was no longer a proud princess. Instead, she now had to wait on this man in front of her. Although she was a maidservant in name, she was very clear that should Yu Zhong want to obtain her body, she had no way of declining. Since things had gotten to this point, although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but tear up a little at the humiliation she felt. Niu Jiang did not pay attention to the crying Gu Manzi, as his gaze also fixed on the piece of meat. He asked, "Give me one more plate, Yu Zhong. This meat is really too delicious. What meat is this?" As he squeezed Zhuo Yatong's hands, Yu Zhong lightly smiled and said, "It's meat from a mutant beast." Zhuo Yatong smiled back at Yu Zhong, before serving one more plate to Niu Jiang. As he stuffed his face with the meat, Niu Jiang asked, "Mutant beast meat? Sure enough, you must be really powerful to be able to dispose of something as scary and fearsome as a mutant beast. At that time, more than 10 of my brothers died to a mutant cat. All right, Yuzhong, you must be an enhancer as well? What's your current level now?" As Niu Jiang spoke these words, everyone looked towards Yuzhong. They all wanted to know this secret. Yuzhong laughed lightly and said, "It's a secret. Every enhancer's level was considered to be a secret. If it was known, it would be easy to deduce her abilities and skills, as well as how many attribute points they had. This was an important battle of wits, and so Yuzhong naturally wouldn't let others find out so easily." Just as Yuzhong and Niu Jiang were resumed their idle conversations, 5 women walked out from the huge camp of survivors up to Yuzhong's side. Chapter 213, Huang Weian's Plot. Chapter 213, Huang Weian's Plot. "Sir, please let us have some. I haven't eaten properly for a month already. As long as you feed me, I will do whatever you want me to." A somewhat pretty yet haggard-looking lady spoke as she combed her hair in an attempt to look more presentable, while her eyes were fixed on Yuzhong. Another plain-looking, yet the youngest of the remaining female survivors also pleaded to Yuzhong, "Please give me some. 2 slices. If you just give me 2 slices, I'll let you have your way with me for the night. Please, let me have just 1 slice." The 5 of them continued staring at Yuzhong, pleading and begging. Gu Manzi had earned a place with Yuzhong, and that gave all of them hope. They were all going crazy from the hunger. If they could just eat their fill, they were willing to forsake their dignity and face. Hunger could drive anyone mad. In the history of mankind, during periods of famines, it was not uncommon for people to eat their own kin. In the most recent famine, there was an actual case of a father eating his own son's flesh. From this, it could be seen how scary hunger was. The 5 poor women were also almost driven crazy by starvation, and so there was no point considering their dignity or face when their hunger was much more urgent. Even someone like Gu Manzi, who came from a prestigious background, disregarded her dignity and came to beg Yuzhong for food. They naturally also had no hesitation. Seeing the 5 women who were willing to sell their bodies for food and were begging Yuzhong pitifully, Zhuo Yatong trembled in her heart and unconsciously grasped Yuzhong's big hands. She had experienced the terror of going hungry to the point of torment. If not for the appearance of Yuzhong, the only road for her then would be death. Having experienced the cruelty of the current apocalyptic world, it reinforced her decision to follow Yuzhong and led her to realize that she was so lucky to have him. Yuzhong looked at the 5 ladies, and his eyebrows furrowed as he pointed to Gu Manzi and lightly said, "If your conditions are better than hers, I will allow you to stay. Otherwise, please leave by your own accord. Don't force me to act." The moment Yuzhong finished talking, the silent 2M, tall white bones, stood up. Holding an axe the color of black gold, it started circling the 5 women with its demonic fiery eyes constantly staring at them. Under the effect of the camouflage skill, the people there only saw White Bones as a huge man of 2M, and the 2M long metallic axe in its hands gave a huge oppressing aura to anybody who saw it and made people feel uneasy. The 5 of them looked at Gu Manzi, who was busy devouring the meat, and they immediately felt saddened. Although they were quite pretty, they could not compare to her. 4 of them took one last look at White Bones and its axe, and their eyes flashed with a hint of fear before they turned around and made their way back to the normal campsite. After Z-Day, normal society order had collapsed and humanity was also slowly eroding away. They did not know what would happen if they were to annoy Yuzhong. They did not want to offend a strong person. The remaining person was tall and fair-skinned. She had a round face as well as other beautiful features, and she started promoting herself to Yuzhong. "I'm a fellow student of Gu Manzi, and I also graduated from the XXX University of the Arts. I am 24 this year. I can dance, sing, cook, and even wash clothes. Sir, please keep me with you. My worth is certainly not below Gu Manzi's. As long as you let me eat my fill, I am willing to do anything." Gu Manzi suddenly lifted her head and looked at Wang Ni before commenting coldly. Wang Ni, you lost your virginity when you were in university, and after that, you still changed boyfriends 4 times. How can you compare yourself to me? After experiencing the cruelty of the post-apocalyptic world, Gu Manzi had changed for the wiser as well. She saw that Yu Zhong only had a car, and his reserves were immaterial. The fewer the members in the team, the longer the team could hold out, and her personal portion would be more as well. If more people joined, she would have to share Yu Zhong with them, and she was not willing to see that. Gu Manzi, why you? Wang Ni's past had now been revealed. Her face paled as she immediately tried to explain to Yu Zhong. That was all in the past. I haven't had a boyfriend this year. I can cook, wash, and do basically any household chores. Yu Zhong looked at Wang Ni before coldly retorting, Go away. Wang Ni's face turned the color of ash as she looked towards Gu Manzi with a gaze full of hatred and cursed. Gu Manzi, from today onwards, you're not my friend anymore. You'll get your just desserts. I curse you to have a horrible death. Yu Zhong frowned, and he made a gesture with his hand. White Bones immediately leapt forward and gave a huge slap across Wang Ni's face, causing it to swell. He looked at Wang Ni coldly before saying, Gu Manzi is one of my people. The only one who can scold her, beat her, or teach her a lesson is me. Wang Ni covered her face. Huge drops of tears rolled down her cheeks, and she immediately turned and left as she cried. After Z-Day, she had been dumped by her new boyfriend, who left on his own. Now, even one of her girlfriends had stabbed her in the back, causing her to feel even more hurt. Gu Manzi looked at Wang Ni from afar before lowering her head and continuing to eat her meat carefully. As of now, she had cut off ties with one of her friends just so she could lead a better life for herself. Huang Weian saw these events from afar, and he lowered his head in thought before first walking towards Wang Jian and whispering something. Then he walked amongst the survivors to invoke some emotions. Not long after, under the encouragement of Huang Weian, a huge number of survivors stood up and slowly walked towards Yu Zhong's campfire. As the crowd of over 200 people started moving, there was an extremely oppressive force, as if Mount Tai was looming over and pressurizing Yu Zhong's camp. Seeing the approaching forces, Liu Erei became restless and nervous as he stood up immediately. He took out the .54 handgun Yu Zhong had given to him and fired a shot into the sky before calling out loudly, What do you think you're doing? With the bang, the 200 survivors immediately halted their steps, too frightened to advance. They saw the gun in Liu Erei's hands, and their eyes were full of fear. As a commoner, it was normal to fear guns. It was only those who lived constantly on the edge or were on the wrong side of the law who wouldn't be afraid of Liu Erei's actions. All the gazes filled with fear, indecision, and hesitation naturally fell on a Huang Weian. After all, they had all been motivated to act by his doing. If no one were to lead them, they also didn't dare stir up trouble. Under the gaze of so many people, Huang Weian sighed in his heart before standing up and calling out in a self-righteous voice, Yu Zhong, you have joined our vehicle fleet, so you can be considered one of our family members. We hope that you can take out all your rations and share them with us along the journey. After that, his greedy eyes roamed over to Zhuo Yatong and Gu Manzi, who were both sitting beside Yu Zhong. Even though he kept a number of decent-looking ladies with him, compared to Zhuo Yatong and Gu Manzi, they were not much. Huang Weian retracted his gaze and fixedly stared at Yu Zhong while thinking to himself, It's okay, as long as I gain control over the food, they will not be able to escape for the palm of my hand. I do have food here. Yu Zhong looked at Huang Weian, and he coldly laughed before directly opening his backpack and showing the contents inside. Inside, there was a huge pack of rice, milk, cakes, candy, instant noodles, and various other foods. Seeing the huge amount of rations in Yu Zhong's open bag, all the survivors turned green with envy. They clenched their fists tightly, and their breathing becoming ragged. After Z-Day, gold was useless. There was only food. Food was the true bargaining chip. Gu Manzi saw the amount of food inside Yu Zhong's bag and sucked in a breath of air, silently celebrating her decision to follow Yu Zhong in her heart. I do have food, but why should I give it to you? Yu Zhong laughed coldly before continuing. I scavenged all these based on my own efforts, my blood and sweat, from killing hundreds of zombies and retrieving these from their mouths. What justifications do you have to make me give it to you? Did you guys even contribute any amount of effort into obtaining these? So shameless. Facing Yu Zhong's rebuke, a large number of the survivors immediately felt ashamed, yet they continued staring at the rations in his bag. Huang Weian looked towards the rations, and his eyes flashed with a strange light as he spoke in his self-righteous voice again. Yu Zhong, it could be considered that we are in a national crisis now. Everyone should be working together to get past this together. You should not prioritize your own self-interests above others. You should think for the masses instead. Do you know what your current actions are tantamount to? Selfish. Fine. Let me represent the group, the government, as well as the people to borrow your food and rations. When the country has overcome this obstacle, I will return it to you by 10 times. I also promise that when I have rations, you will get your fair share. No one will starve as I bring you all into SY County. Yeah, bring out the rations. Everyone should share. Give the rations to Magistrate Huang. Under the pretentious act of Huang Weian, the 200 survivors got riled up and started calling for Yu Zhong to surrender his rations. If it weren't for the fact that they feared the firearms in Yu Zhong's hands, they would have already attacked and taken everything. After all the bullshit, the survivors were just after Yu Zhong's rations. Huang Weian was making use of their psychological states to provoke and rile their emotions. Hearing the agitated calls of the survivors behind him, Huang Weian wore an extremely satisfied expression on his face. As long as he gained the control over the rations in Yu Zhong's hands, if he wanted to bet a woman, then he would be able to get the woman. Otherwise, they would be driven to insanity by their hunger. Chapter 214. A Violent Disturbance. Chapter 214. A Violent Disturbance. Seeing the crowd of restless survivors, Niuzhong's face changed slightly. After hesitating for a while, he stood up and smiled apologetically to Yu Zhong. Sorry, I'm a member of this fleet after all. After he finished speaking, Niuzhong left and returned to his own subordinates to silently watch the events unfold. A few slices of roasted meat were not enough for him to entrust Yu Zhong with his life, and they were only acquaintances who had met by chance. As she watched the zealous, imposing crowd of over 200 survivors, a hint of fear flashed through Gu Manzi's eyes, and she retreated a few steps. If those survivors were incited and began to riot, they would be even more frightening than the fiercest beasts. Yu Zhong instantly stood up with the silenced 05 light assault rifle in his right hand and the 54 handgun in his left, and directly fired a shot in front of Huang Weian. Trying to get my food? No way. All of you fuck off for daddy, you crowd of trash. If you have the ability, go and snatch back some food from the zombies yourselves. If you advance one more step, I'm warning you that my gun can't see what it's doing. An extremely accurate bullet shot right in front of Huang Weian, whose face suddenly paled. As he looked at the silenced 05 light assault rifle and the 54 handgun in Yu Zhong's hands, he took several steps backwards, no longer with that soaring spirit from before. Although his ability to incite people was impressive, his inherent nature was that of a coward. Yu Zhong. Huang Weian had just wanted to continue speaking when he was forcefully cut off by Yu Zhong. Huang Weian, you shut up for me and fuck off. Otherwise, the first person to be shot by daddy will be you. After being berated by Yu Zhong, the color of Huang Weian's face changed back and forth from green to white. His mouth trembled a few times, and then he turned around, walking away gloomily like a stray dog. Yu Zhong suddenly pointed the muzzle of the gun in Wang Jian's direction and shouted in a voice full of hostility with a cold killing intent. Wang Jian, I'm warning you, don't point a gun at me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. I've killed several thousand zombies before, and The number of people who have died by my hands is also over 100. If I have to kill one, then I'll do it. If I have to kill 100, then I'll do it as well. I didn't come here to harm you, so you shouldn't try to harm me. If you make me mad, none of you should think of surviving. Put your gun away carefully, otherwise you'll definitely die. Wang Jian and the 4 other policemen had rescued 200 survivors and maintained order in the camp as well, letting the survivors here still have some humanity in them. This made Yu Zhong greatly admire their characters in his heart. However, if a conflict began between the two sides, Yu Zhong would still kill them without any hesitation. After all, this was an apocalypse world where human lives were only worth as much those of ants, and Yu Zhong only wanted to properly survive. Even if they were saints, he would still kill those who blocked his path to survival without error. Of course, if there was no need, Yu Zhong didn't wish to get rid of the 5 policemen. Without the protection of them, very quickly, there might be heavy casualties in this fleet of over 200 survivors. The only remaining order and humanity would also completely collapse. Yu Zhong had no interest in taking control of this fleet and becoming its leader because it didn't have a stable base like Big Cliff Village, Stone Horse Village, or Qinyuan County. If he did take in this fleet, he could very well end up having to worry about their food supplies every day. If it wasn't for that, he would have long gotten rid of an unreliable official like Huang Weian. In the brutal apocalypse world, Yu Zhong was able to kill his enemies without even blinking an eye. Nevertheless, he wasn't willing to carry out any senseless killings, and he also wasn't willing to watch the few remaining survivors die for no reason. Wang Jian and the other 4 policemen had originally wanted to use their guns to subdue Yu Zhong, except Yu Zhong's speed vastly surpassed theirs. Wang Jian was just about to take action when Yu Zhong silenced. 05 light assault rifle had already locked onto them. He was able to feel Yu Zhong's powerful killing intent. If they moved in the slightest, the opposition would definitely kill them without any hesitation. This made Wang Jian not dare to move at all. As he endured the extremely strong pressure from Yu Zhong, Wang Jian slowly said, "Understand now. Please put down your gun first. We promise not to point our guns at you. If you're unwilling to take out your food and share it with everyone, please leave our fleet." The other 4 policemen also didn't dare to make any moves. Although they had a very strong sense of justice, they were not madmen. They weren't willing to sacrifice their own lives in vain for no reason. Pointing the silenced 05 light assault rifle directly at the crowd, Yu Zhong said in an icy voice, "Tomorrow I will leave. Right now, all of you guys, go back to your camp for me. I will count to 10. Those who don't go, just lie down here for the better. 10, 9. After being threatened at gunpoint by Yu Zhong, those survivors with no backbone immediately fled desperately in the direction of the camp. Amidst the chaos and trampling, 3 frail-bodied female survivors were knocked down by the other survivors, then were trampled into meat paste. Cries, cold voices, and shouting sounded out throughout the crowd. Not a single person looked back at those 3 female survivors who had been trampled to death. In this apocalypse world, deaths were very common. Every day, there were humans who were killed, starved, or committed suicide. After witnessing enough of this, people would naturally become insensitive to such matters. As long as the people who died weren't their relatives, none of them would care. Yu Zhong glanced at the chaos in the crowd, then said lightly to Gu Manzi and Lu Arii, "It's all right now. Eat." Gu Manzi, Lu Arii, and Zhuo Yatong all gazed at Yu Zhong with awe. Just now, the 200 survivors who had all been instigated by Huang Weian and formed an extremely imposing force were now all very frightened. They would never have thought that Yu Zhong could resolve the crisis so easily, making Huang Weian go back to his own camp in the manner of a stray dog. How overbearing! Niu Jiang watched as Yu Zhong drove back those 200 survivors all by himself, and a hint of radiance flashed past his eyes. He let out a sigh. Just now, he wasn't determined to stay on Yu Zhong's side, and now he felt a slight regret. Truthfully, if Yu Zhong had been weak and cowering just now, Niu Jiang probably would have gone and trampled on him as well, stealing away everything that he could steal from him. In the apocalypse world, Every survivor knew about the cruel law of the jungle. As soon as you revealed some weakness, the surrounding wolves would all pounce on you and take away everything you had. If Yu Zhong had given his food to Huang Weian just now, after receiving the food, Huang Weian would immediately request Yu Zhong to join the armed forces. This way, he would receive unified command. He was compressing Yu Zhong's survival space step by step, forcing Yu Zhong to become a chess piece in his hands. Only Huang Weian didn't think Yu Zhong would have such a fierce and decisive reaction, leaving him with no way of escape. After Yu Zhong had exposed his vicious fangs, those survivors naturally didn't dare to come provoke him again. Yu Zhong and his party thus cheerfully finished their dinner. After dinner, Gu Manzi obediently took the initiative to do the washing up. Meanwhile, Yu Zhong made Zhuo Yatong start doing shooting practice with a .54 handgun. Within Yu Zhong's storage ring, there were 1,300 rounds of ammunition for the .54 handgun, so Zhuo Yatong could shoot as much as she wanted. Hearing round after round of gunshots, those survivors' bodies were all trembling slightly. If they had continued to pressurize Yu Zhong just now, those bullets probably would have been fired at them. Do they really have that many bullets to waste? Perhaps what that Yu Zhong said about him killing several thousand zombies is true. I don't know if forcing him to leave the fleet was right or wrong. Wang Jian heard the constant gunshots from nearby, and he had some very complicated feelings in his heart. When Huang Weian had initially encouraged him, he had agreed to force Yu Zhong to hand over the food, but that was because the fleet's food supplies had already reached a dangerously low amount. Food and drink for over 200 people was not a small amount. Their fleet simply didn't dare to enter towns, and so they were only able to find some small villages to search for resources. Even if they did come across a small village, they could only be like thieves and would secretly kill a few zombies, clear everything from a small supermarket or convenience store, and then leave. If they were discovered by a horde of zombies, they could only flee in panic. Subsequently, in the process of searching for zombies, there were constant deaths of fleet members, making the morale of the fleet lower and lower. Those who were willing to go out and search for resources became fewer and fewer. As Yu Zhong stood beside Zhuo Yatong, he gave her pointers on her shooting skills. Zhuo Yatong was already a novice at fighting battles with zombies, so with her ability and equipment, finishing off evolved zombies like an L1 or an S1 was no problem. However, when it came to dealing with other humans, firearms were still more practical and were a great deterrent. The time of year had already entered the autumn season. A night breeze blew and a chill swept across everyone. The wind blew across Yun Kai Wei, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, making her shrink back slightly. She tugged at the corners of Yu Zhong's clothes, using that big pair of delicate and charming eyes to look at him, saying, "Big brother, can you hug me? I'm a bit cold." "All right." Yu Zhong looked at Yun Kai Wei, who seemed as delicate as porcelain, and then he hugged her in his embrace. A hint of fragrance spread from her body. Like a kitten, she curled up in Yu Zhong's embrace, feeling the warmth from his body. Her face was filled with satisfaction. With this broad and warm embrace, she didn't need to worry about the wind and rain outside anymore. Not long after, she fell asleep. After she had fired more than a dozen rounds, Zhuo Yatong returned to Yu Zhong's side. Zhuo Yatong, Yu Zhong, Yun Kai Wei, and Gu Manzi all cleaned themselves up before getting into a camping tent. Meanwhile, Lu Ariai had luckily also gotten a tent for himself. Holding its large axe, White Bones patrolled the surroundings. How comfortable! After she got into the tent, Gu Manzi slept to the right of Yun Kai Wei. She was covered with a blanket and stretched her own body, feeling how full her stomach was. Then she closed her eyes and happily fell asleep. This was the first time she had slept so sweetly since the beginning of the apocalypse world 1 month ago. She didn't have to worry about food, her own future, or her safety. Zhuo Yatong glanced at Yu Zhong, who was sleeping to her right, and she leaned forward, kissing him lightly on the face. Only then did she fall asleep, clinging onto one of his arms. In this moonless night, a group of militants crept through the dark night one after another, as careful as mice. They silently approached the fleet. Chapter 215, Night Raid. Chapter 215, Night Raid. In the darkness, a militant accidentally triggered a trap mechanism as he advanced. Not far from him, a few beer bottles dropped, hitting the rock floor and shattering with a loud crash. In the lonely and quiet night, the sound was amplified. Enemies! A bus filled with night guards who were half asleep awoke and shouted loudly. After the apocalypse, danger was everywhere. With fearsome zombies, fierce mutant beasts, and even humans who became depraved, nowhere was safe. Without any preparation or safety, no one could even think of wandering around freely now, as it meant death. The survivors in the buses awoke with a start as they looked out into the dark with fear and sat helplessly in their own seats. All they could do was wait. The bus drivers had also woken up at the start and had prepared their engines to drive off. Only by starting their vehicles could they break free from the ambush. As for retaliation, the thought had never even crossed their minds. Kill the drivers. The leader of the militants issued an order loudly. Immediately, those militants who were creeping around quietly and carefully like lizards stood up one by one, lifting their guns and aiming at the numerous buses. They let loose a barrage of bullets. The barrage of bullets penetrated the windows of the vehicles, making glass shatter everywhere and rain down inside the vehicles. All the survivors inside the buses crouched down in fear. Most of them could not help screaming to vent their inner fears. Under the sudden attack of these militants, 3 unfortunate bus drivers were shot to death, collapsing limply in their seats. Some of the other vehicles managed to start and began to make their way into the distance. Right at this moment, another 2 huge buses came from the front of the lane, sealing off the road ahead. Another 2 buses drove from behind and cut off their retreat. Huang Weian had a look of horror on his face. He grabbed the driver next to him, and pointed to the right of the road before shouting, "Go! Drive! Why did you stop? Why did you stop? There! Drive towards there!" He saw the barren lands on both sides of the road, and he gritted his teeth, veering the bus off the path and rushing towards the wilderness. The remaining jeeps and Humvees also split up and drove off the road, driving towards the wilderness. That was the only lifeline they had at the moment. They couldn't care less about the survivors in the 2 remaining buses. A number of militants jumped off the 2 buses that had blocked the way forward, and in their hands there were 81 rifles and 79 assault rifles. A dense barrage of bullets was fired through the windows of the survivor buses, instantly killing the drivers. Under the firepower of the militants, the drivers of the Dongfeng vehicles panicked and rushed out towards the main road. Bullet after bullet hit the 4 Dongfeng vehicles, causing many sparks to fly out. The militants saw that the vehicles were leaving one by one, making a beeline for the main road, and a small detachment of 30 people immediately chased. The land here was full of detritus and forests, and the direction that those vehicles were heading toward had a small forest. Even if it were an off-road vehicle, its speed would not be fast enough to navigate the forest in a short span of time. Sooner or later, the militants would catch up. Another team of 12 militants strode towards the 3 buses. To them, the buses were already their spoils. Right at this time, 5 policemen jumped out swiftly from one of the buses. The moment they disembarked, they rolled onto the ground and raised their 79 assault rifles, beginning their counterattack on the 12 militants. Caught off guard and under the rapid fire of those assault rifles, 3 militants took heavy damage, with one of them instantly dying when a bullet penetrated his head. As for the other 2, one received a shot to his chest, whilst another received a shot to his waist, falling down to the floor and wailing in agony. The remaining militants immediately dived towards the side, searching for cover as they scrambled away. At the same time, they fired back at the 5 policemen. Both sides were engaged in a fierce gunfight in the dark of the night. On the other hand, the survivors in the 3 buses were a different story. They were panicking, yet staying still like wooden chickens, feeling jittery as they watched the gunfight, waiting for their fate to be decided by the winners. "Get up, all of you. Don't make a single sound." The moment the beer bottles had smashed, Yu Zhong had jolted awake, and he immediately patted the three ladies sleeping beside him awake. Zhuo Yatong, Yin Kai Wei, and Gu Manzi all woke up and stared at Yu Zhong mutely. Although they were a little shocked, they knew that the man in front of them was reliable. As long as he was not panicking, they were not afraid. "Stay here. I will go take a look at what is happening." "My orders." Yu Zhong then swiftly left the tent, immediately rolling onto the ground and looking into the distance as he lay there. Not long after, fierce gunshots rang out from the survivor camps. Due to the events that had occurred the previous evening, when Yu Zhong had set up camp, he had set it up further away from the main camp. It was because of this that his danger perception did not act up, and he did not manage to catch on to the militants' actions. "Kill them." Yu Zhong saw 3 militants approaching and immediately gave an order to White Bones. Upon receiving the order, White Bones' eyes flashed with a demonic fire. Pulling out its huge white bone axe, it rushed towards the 3 militants like a tank. The 3 militants saw White Bones rushing over, and their faces had a hint of ridicule on them as they raised their guns and fired at it. "What a stupid enhancer. Actually using a system weapon to charge at us. Do you think we're zombies?" A militant thought in his heart as he was firing at White Bones, laughing coldly. They knew that the current world had given birth to many enhancers who were stronger than normal human beings, yet even their stronger bodies would die if they were to be hit by a bullet. There was nothing for the militants to fear. However, their faces turned pale when they realized that the bullets were bouncing off White Bones' body, merely causing sparks to fly out and not doing anything to impede its charge. Seeing that their guns were ineffective at hurting White Bones, the 3 militants were frightened and immediately turned around, starting to run back in a frenzy. An existence that could not be damaged by bullets was not something they had prepared for, and the huge axe in its hands was obviously a close-range weapon. They did not want to be dismembered by it. White Bones saw the escaping militants and immediately stopped in its tracks as it raised its left claw. At that instant, 3 bone spears shot out from White Bones' left claw, piercing through the 3 militants' heads and killing them instantly. After going through various enhancements, White Bones was able to act independently, and it was now able to accurately manipulate 3 bone spears at once within a range of 100 meters. Subsequently, it could easily shoot out and control the bone spears, finishing off the 3 normal enemies. Yu Zhong saw that White Bones had disposed of the 3 enemies who were approaching, and he called out in a low voice to those in the tent, "Come out now." Zhuo Yatong, Yin Kai Wei, Gu Manzi, and Lu Ariai all walked out of the tents. They had heard the gunshots from nearby. There had obviously been an intense battle going on out there. Upon realizing that fact, their faces turned pale. Gunfight. They had only seen scenes like this before in the movies. Now that it was happening to themselves, the fear of the stray bullets that might randomly hit them struck deep into their hearts. The moment Yatong and the rest saw Yu Zhong, their panic was quelled a little, as his face had not a single tinge of fear to it. Instead, it was endlessly calm. "Follow me." Yu Zhong pulled away Zhuo Yatong and the rest. Under the cover of the dark night, they arrived quietly at a small forest. "I will leave Iron Bones," Yu Zhong's chosen moniker for White Bones, "to stay behind and protect you guys. Don't leave this place. As long as Iron Bones is not dead, you guys will be fine." Yu Zhong threw a huge pile of ropes and a .54 handgun to Lu Ariai before saying lightly, "I'm going to go take care of those guys. Lu Ariai, follow behind me and help me tie up some prisoners." Lu Ariai's body twitched as his hands shook while lifting the ropes and the .54 handgun. He had a pleading look on his face as he gazed at Yu Zhong. He was not willing to take part in such a dangerous operation because he was certain that if he was careless, then he would die. Yu Zhong stared fiercely at him, and Lu Ariai knew that he could not change his mind. He had also witnessed Yu Zhong's heavy-handedness before and was clear on Yu Zhong's behavior. Therefore, he could only resign himself to his fate. Zhuo Yatong had a look full of worry as she said, "Do take care. Yin Kaiwei also called out sweetly, "Big brother, you must come back safely. Little Wei will pray for you. You will definitely be safe." Gu Manzi looked at Yu Zhong and was at a loss. She was vehemently against the idea of Yu Zhong taking action all on his own. To her, there were many people on the opposite side. With so many guns, the current best course of action was to sneak away while they were not paying attention. She did not know why Yu Zhong had such guts. She hesitated for a while before also saying, "Be careful." Yu Zhong laughed, bringing Lu Arii with him as they charged in the direction of the fight. With the strengthening of his passive skill night enhancement, Yu Zhong's night vision had improved to a farther distance, and he was now more aware of danger. To most people, the darkness of the night was a hindrance to the eyesight, yet to Yu Zhong, it was the best cover. Under the cover of the darkness, he quietly sneaked into the survivor camp. Chapter 216, Tong Xiaoyun. Chapter 216, Tong Xiaoyun. A dozen militants had already surrounded the two buses. Under the threat of the militants' firearms, the survivors in the bus had no choice but to exit the bus one by one, with fear written all over their faces. Amongst the 70-plus survivors that disembarked, the 30-plus students were part of them as well. All of them looked at the militants with their guns, and their faces were filled with fear and panic. "This time, our harvest isn't bad at all." One of the militants looked at the survivors, as if he were gazing at a flock of sheep. "Yeah, this time there are a lot of quality goods." Another militant swept a look over the survivors, and his eyes brightened as he pulled out Huang Weian from the crowd. He laughed before saying to the rest, "I shall have my fun first. I'll let you guys have a turn later." As Huang Weian was dragged out by the militant, although she was shocked, she did not resist. She knew that it would come to this sooner or later, but she couldn't care less. Anyway, she was not some virtuous lady. She just wanted to live on. Resisting the militant could result in her death. "Chen Jian, fuck your mother. Who wants to play with your leftovers?" Another militant scoffed jokingly as his eyes flashed with an obscene light and also roamed across the survivors. At last, his gaze landed onto one of the students, and his eyes lit up. He dragged out a female student of around 13 to 14 years old with an oval face and snow-white skin, as well as a seemingly very pure and beautiful appearance. The student who was dragged out was called Tong Xiaoyun. She was both delicate and beautiful. Her character was quiet and well-behaved, and she consistently received good grades. She was considered the dream first love for many of the boys in the class. The moment the militant pulled Tong Xiaoyun out, he stirred up the hornet's nest as many of the students called out emotionally and agitatedly. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of Xiaoyun. Go dot." Facing the ire of these middle school students, the militant's face turned hideous, and he immediately pulled out a gun, firing 6 shots at 2 of the boys who were especially agitated. At such a short distance, one of the boys received a bullet to his brain, and his eyes flashed with a hint of disbelief as he lifelessly crumpled to the floor. The other student had multiple shot wounds in his chest, and flecks of blood splashed out as he also fell to the floor without another word. Seeing this miserable scene, the rest of the survivors immediately wailed in fright, and chaos was about to ensue once again. With a sweep, the militants aimed their guns at the survivors, and all of them shivered. They stood still, not daring to move. The militant leader looked at the survivors with scorn before shouting out overbearingly, "Damn it, all you measly pieces of shit. You must be tired of living. If Daddy wants to play with some women, what's it to you? Do you believe that I will slaughter you and make you into human sausages?" After being hollered at by the leader of the militants, the survivors quietened down and looked at him in fear. "Bah, cowards!" The leader laughed coldly as he spat out a mouthful of phlegm directly onto the face of the most agitated student earlier. That student was called Zhang Mi. He had always been secretly admiring Tong Xiaoyun. Earlier, when she was dragged out, his emotions went into a disarray. He had also just received the humiliation of the militant, and his heart was full of fury and resentment, Yet the fates of those two classmates of his had warned him about the consequences of being rash. "Chick, do you see that? No one will come to your rescue." The militant pinched Tong Xiaoyun's cheeks and let her look at the teacher and students nearby. "Wake up to the reality in front of you. No one will save you, and no one is able to. If you service me properly, I don't mind feeding you. If you make me unhappy, then you will be passed around my brothers before we cook you." Tong Xiaoyun looked towards her teacher Lu Jin and classmates pleadingly, hoping for a brave person to stand up for her and save her from the hands of the militant. However, it was in vain, as her teacher and fellow students all avoided her gaze and didn't even dare to look at her. Amongst the students, there were enhancers, but they did not possess strong skills and under the threat of firearms. Even enhancers couldn't do much. Tong Xiaoyun was starting to despair. She was brought up to be virtuous and traditional, and not as open-minded as Wang and I. If she was raped by the militant, she would not be able to continue living. The militant let out a perverted smile, licking his lips as he pushed Tong Xiaoyun to the ground. After that, he undid his zipper and pulled out his ugly thing. While holding his gun to Tong Xiaoyun's head, he laughed pervertedly and said, "Lick it." After Z-Day, the constant pressure and stress to live on, as well as the uncertainty towards the future, had resulted in the depravity of a lot of people's hearts. The militant was also a pervert to begin with and liked to humiliate girls in front of an audience, desolating their body and mind. The despairing look on their faces was like a drug to him, giving him immense pleasure. Tong Xiaoyun was kneeling on the ground and could feel the gazes of the rest of them on her like knives. She was unwilling to perform this type of vile thing in front of other people, yet she could feel the gun pressing against her head. If she did not heed the perverted militant's words, she would be shot dead on the spot. The militant used the gun and, without a shred of pity, pressed it against her head and shouted out threateningly, "Faster! Do you want to die?" Tong Xiaoyun only felt that her world had suddenly collapsed, and she began to cry, her hands trembling as she slowly reached out for the ugly thing in front of her eyes. The militant's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure. Yet another pitiful creature was about to be conquered under his threats, and he felt a sick sense of gratification. Bang! A last hint of fear flashed past the militant's eyes. In between his eyebrows, there was now an additional hole that had been created by a bullet. He crumpled to the floor, lifelessly, with disbelief on his face. The rest of the militants, who were planning to enjoy themselves by watching the live-action performance in front of them, immediately went into an uproar. Bang! Bang! Clear gunshots rang out incessantly throughout the dark of the night, and with every gunshot, one more militant would be shot dead. The militants couldn't care less about controlling the survivors right now and immediately split up to find cover. Taking advantage of the chaos happening among the militants, Zhang Mi ran to Tong Xiaoyun's side and urged, "Tong Xiaoyun, hurry, let's escape." Tong Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Mi, her pale face suddenly smiling and saying, "Escape? Where can we escape to? Everywhere out there is filled with zombies, mutant beasts, and even scarier humans. Even if we make use of the chance to escape, without rations nor a vehicle, where can we run to?" Tong Xiaoyun was a smart child to begin with. It was just that she was well taken care of and had been sheltered all her life. She had never had the chance to fully utilize her brain. Humans were like that. If not forced into a corner, people would not be able to exhibit their strongest traits. Under the earlier threats, she had begun to think a lot in the ugly situation. Watching at the pitiful-looking Tong Xiaoyun in a moment of hot-bloodedness, Zhang Mi couldn't help but cry out loudly, "Tong Xiaoyun, come with me. I will use my life to protect you." Tong Xiaoyun only looked at Zhang Mi coldly. If it was before, she would have been grateful, maybe even fall for him. However, she knew that his words were just that, words. When she was feeling despondent earlier, Zhang Mi had chosen to keep quiet to one side, looking on powerlessly. Whatever he said now, she could not believe even if she wanted to. At this time, a huge number of the survivors were fighting to escape in other directions. The militants were obviously not decent human beings, especially the leader, who mentioned human sausages. It was obvious that this power was not a proper one in any way, and so the survivors were not willing to stay any longer. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." Tong Xiaoyun looked towards the darkness, and her eyes flashed as she mustered her courage and determination, before running in the direction where the bullets were being fired from. Zhangmi looked at the departing back of Tong Xiaoyun, and his face fell. In the end, he still turned around and ran back towards his classmates. As the leader was Lu Jin, even if he was a low-level enhancer and could not do much to people who held guns, against the normal zombies, they had a small chance of prevailing. Searching for resources was also easier with others than by oneself. In this current world, one would need to possess an adequate amount of strength to do things independently. Without it, only by joining together with others could one ensure a difficult but possible survival. The one who was disposing of the militants was precisely Yu Zhong, who took to the darkness like a fish would to water. By himself, he had pressured the many members of the militant group in such a way that they couldn't even catch their breath. In the dark of the night, the militants had no way of seeing anything beyond 20 m into the distance, whilst Yu Zhong's vision remained accurate even over distances of 2,000 m. Yu Zhong's body flashed about like a specter shuttling about in the dark. In his hands was the 03 rifle, exhibiting his firing skills that he had honed tirelessly. Every shot accurately found its target and blew apart a militant's head. After each shot, Yu Zhong would immediately change his position. A huge hail of bullets would fire randomly at his previous position, yet they wouldn't hit anything. The militants could not even see where Yu Zhong was and could only helplessly fire in the general direction. They even tried to use suppressing fire to force him out, but it was to no avail. As he hunted down the militants one by one, Yu Zhong kept on changing his position. Watching their comrades die one after another from the bullets appearing out of nowhere, the militants lost their morale quickly. They scrambled into their 2 buses, afraid to even stick their heads out, waiting for aid to come. Chapter 217. Reversal of the Battle. Chapter 217. Reversal of the Battle. After Yu Zhong had forced the militants to retreat into the buses, he approached the buses swiftly like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, a grenade instantly appeared, and he immediately pulled out the pin, throwing it into one of the buses. Grenade! When they saw the grenade being thrown in, the militants who were cowering inside the bus and guarding the windows and doors with their guns were frightened out of their wits. Boom! Following that horrifying explosion, hot air waves and shrapnel covered the entire bus in a matter of seconds, killing many militants and injuring the rest. Yu Zhong didn't even pause for a second and followed up with another grenade into the other bus. With a boom, the militants in the other bus met the same end. Yu Zhong rushed up to one of the buses, brandishing his blade and finishing off those militants who didn't die from the explosion, completely wiping them out. After clearing the first bus, he went on to the second bus and killed the remaining militants there as well, before absorbing all of their rations and equipment into his storage ring. As for their firearms, such things were considered very precious in the current world, so Yu Zhong didn't even leave a single bullet or gun behind. After clearing the militants in those 2 buses, Yu Zhong disembarked and saw Tong Xiaoyun emerging out from the darkness and walking towards him. Yu Zhong looked at Tong Xiaoyun as he furrowed his eyebrows slightly, saying, "What are you doing here? It really is him." Tong Xiaoyun saw Yu Zhong's features clearly and affirmed her earlier conjecture. Tong Xiaoyun walked towards Yu Zhong and mustered up her courage to promote herself. "Boss Yu, let me be your underling. I can wash clothes, cook, and will pick up arms to fight if need be. If you want, I can sleep with you as well. Rest assured, I'm still a virgin and I haven't let any other men touch me yet." Tong Xiaoyun saw Yu Zhong taking care of the militants entirely on his own, and she had made the decision to follow him. She desperately wanted to survive in this new world, and knew that the only way for her was to rely on a strong person. Zhangmi was obviously someone she could not rely on. Only Yu Zhong possessed the strength for her to feel safe. As for her body, She knew that it was not within her control. Even if it was not given to Yu Zhong now, sooner or later, someone would lay their hands on her, just because she was too weak and powerless. Don't make a sound. Yu Zhong suddenly pounced forward and pushed her to the ground. Tong Xiaoyun was about to push him off almost instinctively, but she fought against it. It was just that her eyes flashed with a hint of bitterness, as she did not expect Yu Zhong to be so urgent and want to do it here. At the very next moment, she knew that she had mistaken his intentions. Bullets flew at the spot where they had been just before, causing tiny craters to appear one after another. The militants who had gone on to give chase to the other fleeing survivors had returned, and upon hearing the explosions of the grenades, 12 of them had immediately rushed back to provide assistance. Yu Zhong hugged on a Tong Xiaoyun as they rolled towards a huge rock for cover before he took out a .54 handgun and passed it to her, ordering, "Stay here and don't move. I will go take care of them." Tong Xiaoyun was scared witless by the sudden hail of bullets, to the point that she could not stop her body from trembling. She held on tightly to the gun that Yu Zhong had passed to her. She was just a 13 to 14-year-old girl after all, and had not experienced any sort of life-changing event before, not to mention that she was suddenly now part of a gunfight. Yu Zhong took a deep breath before he rushed out like a cheetah. Those militants were shooting into the distance where they couldn't see anything, and so they sprayed out their bullets without actually hitting anything. They quickly stood up from behind their cover as they carefully edged their way towards the area where Yu Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun had been standing before. Yu Zhong took a look at those militants when they stood up, and he immediately fired off 2 shots with his .03 rifle. 2 of the militants immediately had bullet holes appear in their heads, and they crumpled to the floor. The remaining militants immediately panicked and split up to find cover, while firing random shots in the direction where Yu Zhong was. After Yu Zhong had fired his shots, he had already made a move. Ho's militants were shooting at empty space, not even hitting his shadow. Yu Zhong was like an assassin in the night as he made his way closer to the militants, and every shot of his correctly found its target, exploding each head upon contact. It did not matter where the militants were finding cover, as they would still be taken out one by one. After another 6 militants had been killed, one of them finally could not bear to be hunted down by such a terrifying opponent anymore. Being powerless to even counterattack, he threw his gun to the floor and shouted frantically, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! Don't kill me!" Yu Zhong had actually already aimed at that militant. When he saw that the militant had surrendered, he immediately fired a shot to the militant's side. With a bang, the militant saw his comrade right beside him die with a bullet penetrating through his brain, falling lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the militant's heart went cold as he hugged his head with both arms and crouched down, not daring to make a single move. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." The remaining 2 militants also threw down their weapons in fear, shouting out loudly. They could not even see the enemy, yet their friends had died one by one. There was nothing more horrifying than this. They were not zombies and could still feel fear. They wanted to live on, so they chose to surrender. Yu Zhong stood behind the 3 militants, calling out to Lu Erei, "Lu Erei, go retrieve their weapons and tie them up." Lu Erei had been hiding behind a huge stone the entire time without moving, as though he was a corpse. He jumped up and brought along the rope before arriving in front of Yu Zhong and immediately began to flatter loudly. "The fight is finally over. Boss Yu, you're really amazing. I am too awed by you." Yu Zhong looked at the lazy Lu Erei as he frowned and spoke sternly. "Tie them up properly. We don't have any time to waste." After killing 12 of the militants, the matters on hand were not yet finished. There were still over 20 militants who were still engaged in battle with 5 policemen. Yu Zhong had to hurry over and kill them as well. "Yes," Lu Erei replied, as he quickly sat down to tying up militants tightly with the rope and made use of rags to stuff into their mouths. Yu Zhong glanced at the captives and gave a command to Lu Erei, "Stay here and watch them. If they dare to make a move, then shoot them down." Hearing those words, the three captives shuddered and did not dare make any more unnecessary movements. The current era was not a period of human rights or peace, so killing captives was not something people could be bothered to punish you for. If someone died, it was simply too bad. After handing over the three captives to Liu Erii, Yuzhong once again made his way swiftly like a cheetah towards the location of the gunfight. At night, the situation was not favorable at all for gunfights. Under the cover of the darkness, the hit rate would be very low unless the fight was at a close distance. It was only under the cover of the night that Wang Jian and his team of 4 policemen could continue to hold their ground against the 20-odd militants. In this wild, barren land, the gunshots were numerous, yet the death count was low. The gunfight had gone on for quite a while. Wang Jian's side only had one person who had been careless and received a wound to his arm from a random bullet, yet no one else had received an injury. It was just that with the flow of the gunfight, Wang Jian's side was slowly running out of ammunition. Without their ammunition, they would soon be powerless to resist the advance of the 20-odd militants. Right at this moment, Yuzhong had already routed behind the militants, and he fired 2 shots all of a sudden, killing 2 of the militants immediately. An expert. There is an expert who can fight in the night. The leader of this team of militants saw his 2 subordinates' heads explode, and his heart went cold. It must be made clear that during the gunfight with Wang Jian's team, his team had expended over 200 bullets, other than a bullet grazing the other side and 3 of his own team members suffering injuries. No one had actually died. 2 militants had suddenly met their deaths, hence it was obvious that an expert had arrived. In the dark of the night, someone who possessed such fearsome night vision and a good aim was truly a killing machine to be feared. Even with their numbers, they might not necessarily be able to win over the enemy. The expert out there. My name is Xiaoyun. This time, our fierce tiger team recognizes our loss. Please grant us your mercy and let us leave with our lives. Women, food, weapons, any request that you have, just say it, and we will definitely do our best to provide you with ample compensation. The leader of the militants, called Xiaoyun, called out loudly into the dark night. The fact that Xiaoyun could lead this small team was not just based on his battle abilities, but also his power of observation and judgment. He had already guessed that the explosions from the grenades were caused by Yuzhong, and the team that had gone to provide reinforcements must have either perished or been captured. He could only negotiate for terms now, otherwise the only thing that awaited them was death. Yuzhong called out coldly from the dark, "All of you put down your weapons and surrender to me. I can leave you with your lives, otherwise you will all die. You have only 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, I will kill all of those still holding onto their weapons." Yuzhong, that was Yuzhong's voice. Has he come to rescue us? How did he manage to force them to beg for mercy? He really does possess an incredible amount of strength. Wang Jian heard Yuzhong's voice, and his heart was shaken until he gradually calmed down. Regardless, with Yuzhong's arrival, their lives were safe. If Yuzhong hadn't arrived when Wang Jian and his team ran out of bullets, they would have been shot dead or captured by the militants. Upon hearing those words from Yuzhong, Xiaoyun and his company hesitated for a while before dropping their guns. They were about to hand over their own fates like livestock. "Who the hell are you? Let Daddy send you to your death." A militant with an overbearing nature shouted loudly as he raised a knife-type assault rifle and began to fire wildly towards Yuzhong's direction. Chapter 218, Total Surrender. Chapter 218, Total Surrender. This chapter was sponsored by Melvin Smith and Bruce Chun. Many thanks once again. Bang! The militant had not even finished a magazine of ammunition before a bullet found its way into his head. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Upon seeing this, the morale and courage of the militants took an even further dive, and everyone's faces were filled with fear. Not a single one of them wanted to die. The 3 seconds are up. Those who have not released their weapons yet die. Yuzhong's ice-cold voice resounded throughout the area, as though it was hammering into the hearts of the militants. With a bang, yet another militant who was still wielding his weapon received a bullet through his brains, falling lifelessly to the ground. Watching another comrade die before them, the militants had faces filled with fear, and they immediately threw their weapons to the ground. Xiaoyun saw his subordinates surrendering their weapons, and he lightly sighed, before doing the same with his 79 assault rifle. At death's door, it was something even trained soldiers would do and choose over honor. They were not bandits after all. Facing the threat of death, surrendering was a normal course of action. Most of the militants had thrown their guns down, but there were still 2 remaining militants who lay prone on the ground, using their comrades as a cover and awaiting Yu Zhong's appearance. The moment he showed up, they would immediately make a move to kill him. However, they never expected that Yu Zhong had already grasped each and every militant's location clearly. Seeing that the 2 crafty militants still held the notion of retaliating, Yu Zhong fired 2 shots that directly penetrated their skulls. After the 2 militants were picked off by Yu Zhong, Xiaoyun's backup plans were entirely quelled. In the darkness, Yu Zhong coldly ordered, "All of you get out of the cover. Walk to the bus and squat down with your hands above your heads. Those who don't comply will be dealt with immediately." After all, Yu Zhong was acting on his own. If he were to reveal himself and get ambushed, he would have to worry about the militants making use of the opportunity to escape one by one. At that time, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. If he could gather them together and keep an eye on them, if they did want to escape, then it would be much easier to take care of them. One by one, the militants walked out from the cover, towards the direction Yu Zhong had indicated. All of a sudden, one of the militants made a break for it, wanting to use the cover of the night to escape. With a bang, the militant did not even make it past a few steps before receiving a bullet through his brain, becoming a corpse collapsed on the ground. Witnessing this, the fear of Yu Zhong only grew even more in the militants' hearts as they made their way to the bus and squatted down with their hands above their heads. No one else made a further attempt to disrupt anything. In fact, Yu Zhong was only by himself. If the militants all started running in different directions, he could at most kill 7 or 8 of them, and he wouldn't be able to give chase. However, under the power of fear, the militants could only comply with his orders, and they didn't try to escape. "Lu Ariai, come out. Tie them all up," Yu Zhong ordered in a deep voice. "Yes, boss you." Lu Ariai, who wasn't far away, answered immediately. He pushed the other 3 captives to join the rest in front of the bus, then pulled out the ropes, proceeding to tie up the militants tightly. Yu Zhong then came out from the dark and called out towards the policeman hiding behind the cover, "Wang Jian, the rest of you come out as well." Even if the 5 of them harbored any intent to make a move against Yu Zhong, he was confident of dealing with them in the dark of the night, which was why he emerged from the darkness. Wang Jian heard Yu Zhong's voice and hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances with his colleagues. Only then did they step out from behind the cover. With the earlier display of Yu Zhong's strength, if he wanted them dead, they would have died already. Yu Zhong took a look at the 5 policemen before pointing to the captives and ordering, "Watch them. I will go deal with the rest." With that, Yu Zhong immediately retreated into the darkness. In the night, Wang Jian's team had neither any special abilities nor sufficient strength, so he would rather have them keep watch. One of the policemen took a look at Wang Jian before saying, "Old Wang, what do we do? Are we going to just stay here and wait for him?" Among these 5 policemen, Wang Jian was the quickest, and at the same time, he was a level 13 enhancer. Thus, the small team all treated him as the leader. Wang Jian gritted his teeth as he said, "We shall wait." He understood the intentions of the other policemen. It was to take advantage of the time when Yu Zhong was busy dealing with the rest of the militants and escape with a car on their own. After all, Yu Zhong was temporarily on their side, but having someone else be in control of your life didn't leave a good taste in the mouth. Once Yu Zhong was back, they would be at his mercy. In the dark of the night, they had no way of overcoming him in a fight. Furthermore, from his performance in the daytime earlier, he was not a hot-blooded youth and didn't make any rash decisions. Wang Jian was very clear on all these, yet he still chose to wait. One of the reasons was that the majority of their supplies were in some of the Dongfeng vehicles that had driven off into the wilderness. Without ample rations, even if they could escape from here, they would soon face the problem of hunger. Yu Zhong was running all the way, and soon he saw the other group of militants pushing the captured survivors towards his direction. There was a total of 17 survivors, and each one of them was carrying a huge load of supplies on their back. It seemed that the militants had ordered for the survivors to transport the supplies out of the Dongfeng vehicles. Those Dongfeng vehicles were actually filled with various items, but the militants had only allowed the survivors to carry the necessary fuel and rations, abandoning the rest. The amount of rations the vehicle fleet had was already alarmingly low, with not more than 50 kilograms of rice left. Other than that, there were some other consumables, and due to the fact that there weren't many rations left, the 17 survivors could easily transport the items from the Dongfeng vehicles. Yu Zhong looked at the militants from afar and cocked his rifle. With a bang, one of the militants immediately died with a bullet through his brain. The rest of the militants were shocked and immediately split up to find cover, whilst at the same time, they returned fire in the direction that Yu Zhong was at. The survivors made use of that momentary freedom to escape towards the darkness whilst carrying the rations. Only 4 or 5 of them chose to abandon the rations. All of the survivors were very clear on how valuable the rations were. Many would not be willing to leave the rations even as they were escaping for their lives. If they threw the rations away, should they escape from the current crisis, they would face the imminent problem of hunger right afterwards. In the dark night, all the attacks of the militants came to naught. Yu Zhong easily picked off the militants one by one all by himself, aided by the cover of darkness. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." After 5 or 6 of the militants' heads had exploded, the remaining militants could not withstand the fearsome pressure anymore and began to surrender one by one. In the dark, Yu Zhong coldly called out, "All of you come out. Pick up the rations from the ground and walk to the bus. I have my eyes on you." The militants came out from behind their cover, carrying the 4 bags of rations that had been thrown to the ground by the survivors. They did not know how many guns were aimed at them currently, and this fear filled their hearts. Yu Zhong absorbed all the guns that the militants had put down into his storage ring and continued observing from the dark. After killing the 2 militants who had tried to escape, the rest of the militants resigned to their fate, and they fearfully transported the rations to the bus. By this time, there were already many survivors gathered near the bus. Upon seeing that the militants had been rounded up and captured, many had returned when the gunfight had come to an end. Compared to the outside world, it was much safer here. Too amazing. He's really too terrifying. Too strong. Seeing that Yu Zhong had chased the militants from the dark as though he was rounding up ducks, the survivors were all shocked beyond belief. As they thought about how they had tried to extort his supplies under Huang Weian's incitement earlier in the day, they now felt deep regret. If Yu Zhong had blew his top, they might have already died by then. He's too powerful. If only he was my man. Wang and I stood amongst the survivors, watching Yu Zhong come out from the dark as her eyes filled with a complex gaze. The moment the militants had arrived in front of the bus, they were tied up by Lu Arii and pushed to one side as he maintained his vigilance. Yu Zhong saw that the situation was calming down and called out loudly, "Iron Bones, bring them over. Tong Xiaoyun, you come out too." Not long after, under the protection of White Bones, Zhuo Yatong and the rest, as well as Tong Xiaoyun, gathered in front of the bus. Did he subdue all these men by himself? It's too amazing. Zhuo Yatong, Tong Xiaoyun, Gumanzi, and Yun Kaiwei all looked at the kneeling militants who had been tied up, and their eyes flashed with a hint of shock and pride. They did not expect Yu Zhong to be that strong, to the point of turning the tide of the battle just with his efforts alone, and even capturing 30-odd militants. The women amongst the pitiful survivors all looked at Zhuo Yatong and the other 3 women with jealousy and envy. In the current world, having someone strong and decent to rely on was a huge blessing. It's great that this strong person is my man. I must have him fully in my grasp. Gu Manzi gazed at Yu Zhong with joy and pride in her eyes and heart. She could feel the countless jealous gazes from the other women amongst the survivors. Tong Xiaoyun had similar thoughts as her feelings soared when she looked at Yu Zhong. I absolutely cannot give up on this person. No matter what, I need to stay by his side. Chapter 219. Choosing Sides. Chapter 219. Choosing Sides. At this moment, what Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun were feeling for Yu Zhong could not be considered as love. They wanted to possess him, purely for the sake of living a better life in this cruel, post-apocalyptic world. Love was considered a luxury that only the strong possessed the right to enjoy. The weak could only focus on surviving, much less talk about love. The fact that Yu Zhong could win Zhuo Yatong's heart was purely by chance. As for the relationship between him and the other two girls, there was no prior interaction. To suddenly develop feelings for each other would be considered a fantasy. Under the eyes of the various people present, Yu Zhong walked up directly to Xiaoyun, holding a .54 handgun to his head as he coldly said, "Who are you people? I only want the truth. If you say any lies, I will instantly blow apart your head." Seeing how aggressive Yu Zhong was, the survivors looked at one another, and their fear towards him in their hearts increased by yet another notch. They knew that he was heavy-handed and could kill without blinking, but this sort of fierceness really made them feel cold in their hearts. "Don't shoot. I'll say whatever you want to know. As long as I know, I will tell you." Xiaoyun broke out in cold sweat the moment he felt the gun pointing at his head. From the very start, he hadn't been some heroic warrior who did not fear death. Being threatened by Yu Zhong thus caused him a panic. One of the militants suddenly called out loudly, "Xiaoyun, our boss has not neglected you, yet you still dare to betray him. Don't tell me you're not afraid that he will kill you and your woman." Yu Zhong did not even let him say another word before changing his aim towards that militant's head and pulling the trigger. With a bang, the militant's head exploded. Bits and pieces of his skull, brain, and blood splattered everywhere, causing the timid survivors to let out screams of horror. Wang Jian and the other policemen frowned. They could not bring themselves to totally agree with Yu Zhong's methods, as they had a strong sense of justice. However, while they were righteous, they were not pedantic or over-scrupulous. Prior to the apocalypse, they had already known the dirty side of society. There were even instances where, as long as their threshold was not crossed, they would obey orders to carry out certain orders that might go against their moral code. If they had been too concerned with minor things and proceeded to lodge complaints, they might already have lost their rice bowls. Seeing the death of that militant who had suddenly spoken out, the rest of the militants became fearful and did not make any further sounds. Yu Zhong coldly let his gaze linger around the militants, saying, "Those who still want to be loyal to their benefactor, just come out now. I will give you a chance and send you on your way to be loyal to him." All the militants immediately shrank back in silence. Yu Zhong then moved his gun back to Xiong Zhang's head, saying coldly, "You can speak now. Tell me all that you know." Yes, I'll speak. Xiong Zhang was also thoroughly frightened by Yu Zhong's killing without hesitation. He spoke like a jar of spilled beans, giving out all the information on the militants that he knew. Xiong Zhang and the rest were from a gang called the Clear Wind Camp. After the apocalypse had occurred, there were simply too many zombies and also evolved zombies. The evolved zombies didn't fear bullets and were extremely difficult to deal with as well. Mutant beasts were also a huge problem, ferocious beyond belief and aggressive in nature. Compared to zombies and mutant beasts, normal humans were the weakest. The Clear Wind Camp gang members were constantly on the lookout for small villages, and after clearing the zombies, they would search for supplies. On the other hand, they would also make their move against other human survivors, absorbing the human survivors into their ranks, and also taking possession of their food and other supplies. The Clear Wind Camp's boss was called Tianyang. He was an incredibly strong evolver. Under his leadership, The gang had been constantly absorbing various smaller groups and grew in number to about over 2,600 people, with over 400 able-bodied fighters. After the apocalypse, food sources had become scarce. Most of the seeds sown before Z-Day had been unable to germinate. Under these conditions, even though the gang had rounded up many survivors from different villages, they had barely managed to gather a small amount of food. In order to alleviate the situation, Tianyang had actually ordered the massacre of some of the human survivors to be used as food to solve the food shortage problem. Upon listening to Xiaoyun's words, Huang Weian and the other survivors turned pale. If Yuzhong had not acted against these militants, they would have been caught and dragged to the Clear Wind camp to become food for their own species. There was a total of over 100 survivors now. It used to be over 200, but some had escaped. By now, most of them had already witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse world, with the frequent rapes, murders, robbery, and other acts of debauchery. However, the very thought of cannibalism was something that definitely went way past the threshold of the many people present, and it was something they had yet to come across. Yu Zhong's expression turned livid as he coldly asked Xiaoyun, "Amongst you people, who has consumed human flesh?" Xiaoyun hesitated for a while, as he had already understood the underlying meaning of Yu Zhong's words. He did not want to betray his comrades who had gone through many battles with him. Yu Zhong cocked the gun at Xiaoyun's head as his killing intent rose, and he shouted, "Say it. If you don't, I will still interrogate the others one by one." Xiaoyun shuddered as he hastily pointed out a few of the militants. Him, and him. These people have all consumed human flesh before. Xiaoyun, fuck your mother. Xiaoyun, you deserve death, you piece of trash. Those who were pointed out by Xiaoyun immediately turned pale as they loudly cursed at him. Yu Zhong glanced at those militants before ordering the 5 policemen. Bring them away. Question them separately. Huang Weian, they are under your control now. Whatever you do, make sure you get the information quickly and inform me. Understood. Huang Weian was swept along with Yu Zhong's fury and impulse as he answered resolutely, before dragging the militants away and beginning to interrogate them. Without any limitation to the interrogation techniques, the 5 policemen quickly got the information they wanted and proved that everything Xiaoyun had said was true. The militants were quickly brought back, and those who were confirmed to have consumed human flesh had expressions the color of ash, whilst those who did not were similarly petrified, unsure of how Yu Zhong would deal with them. Yu Zhong separated the militants into 2 camps, one consisting of those who had committed cannibalism and the other camp consisting of those who had not. He handed a replica Tang sword to Xiaoyun, then pointed to one of the militants who had eaten human flesh and said, "I need subordinates. Cut off his head, and from then on you will be under me. If you can't, then I will deem you to still be on his side." What a vicious method. He is forcing us to choose sides. Xiaoyun received the replica Tang sword, and his body shuddered involuntarily. He was aware of Yu Zhong's intentions to make use of him. If he could kill his old comrades, it meant that he was willing to cut off ties with the Clear Wind camp gang, whereas if he couldn't, he was choosing death together with his comrades. He gripped the replica Tang sword in his hands tightly, and a ruthlessness arose in his heart as he walked over to his comrade of days past. Xiaoyun slashed down ferociously and decapitated his ex-comrade. Fresh blood sprayed out and dyed his entire body red, giving him the appearance of an evil spirit. Xiaoyun had killed his own comrade. He put the replica Tang sword to one side, before kneeling down in front of Yu Zhong and loudly proclaiming his allegiance. Xiaoyun is willing to swear fealty to your lordship and will fight for you. Lord, please accept this subordinate. Yu Zhong looked at Xiaoyun approvingly. Very good. From now on, you are the captain of my second team. Get up. Xiaoyun stood up and respectfully returned the replica Tang sword in his hands to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately gave a 81 rifle and 2 grenades to Xiaoyun. At such a close distance, Yu Zhong could take care of him easily, so he wasn't worried about Xiaoyun revolting. Yuzhong once again handed the replica Tang sword to another militant who had not touched human flesh, saying coldly, "It's your turn. Do you want to kill him or die with him?" The militant's heart went cold, and in the end, he accepted the replica Tang sword. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward and swung it down, decapitating his former comrade, then knelt down in front of Yuzhong to swear fealty. In a cycle like this, the militants began defecting to Yuzhong one by one. With one fell swoop, Yuzhong obtained the submission of 15 militants, and the price of the exchange was the 18 heads of the other militants rolling on the floor. Watching the slaughter of the militants, many of the survivors could not take it and walked back to the buses. Some had even wet themselves upon witnessing the scene, while others immediately vomited. Wang Jian and his team were also shocked, not knowing how to react. After those militants had submitted to Yuzhong, he returned their guns to them and split them up into 3 teams. Each team had 5 members, and the captains of the first, second, and third teams were Liu Erii, Xiong Zheng, and another ex-militant named Zhang Youjiang respectively. Originally, the 15 team members would have only formed a single team, but for further convenience and easier micromanagement, Yuzhong had split them up the way he did. After settling the issue of the teams, Yuzhong started obtaining detailed information about Clear Wind Camp situation, including the amount of fighters, firepower, and intelligence they had. With the current strength of Clear Wind Camp and the threat they posed, if it were in Qingyuan County, Yuzhong would simply pull out one of his main teams to easily crush them. However, he was on his own right now and could not afford to be careless. Yuzhong had just finished the meeting when Wang Jian hurriedly ran up to him and asked, "Yuzhong, no matter how frugal we are, our current supply for the vehicle fleet can only last for the next 3 days at most. Are you able to think of a solution?" Initially, the rations could have lasted another 10 days or so, but amidst the disarray of the fleet earlier, most of the rations had been taken away by the survivors who had fled. Subsequently, regardless of how frugal Wang Jian was, the amount left could only last for 3 days. Chapter 220, Surprise Attack on Clear Wind Camp. Chapter 220, Surprise Attack on Clear Wind Camp. Yuzhong glanced at Wang Jian, raising an eyebrow as he said lightly, "That's your problem. What do you need me for? Didn't you already ask us to leave the fleet? We will be on our way tomorrow morning. As for this matter, you'd better sort out on your own." Hearing Yuzhong's words, Wang Jian felt incredibly embarrassed as he had asked Yuzhong to leave not even 10 hours ago. He was now regretting his choice to follow Huang Weian's advice and try to force Yuzhong to hand over his supplies. When Huang Weian had wanted to use the masses to try and oppress Yuzhong, Wang Jian had silently consented to it. He had also hoped to obtain the rations from Yuzhong to distribute equally among the survivors. The reason was purely that the amount of rations that the vehicle fleet had was too little. Without enough food, the whole fleet would eventually collapse. "Yuzhong, today's matters were my fault. If you are still offended, you may shoot me and I still won't blame you. But those 100 survivors are innocent. Out here, only you have the ability to lead them to survival. Take it that I'm begging you, please help them. As long as you are willing to lead them, you're the leader of this fleet, my team, and I will listen to all your commands. As long as you don't make us do anything that crosses our bottom line, we will be willing to do anything." Wang Jian gritted his teeth as he said loudly. After this night's gunfight, the policeman had very little ammunition left. Wang Jian himself was a level 13 enhancer and his strength was decent, but the current situation was not like the initial stages of the apocalypse anymore. Currently, even level 13 enhancers would find it hard to protect themselves. Meeting any Type 2 evolved zombies would mean certain death. The pressure on Wang Jian to ensure the survival of over 100 people was massive. Wang Jian had led this fleet of survivors for quite some time, and had slowly begun to feel the difficulties of being an upright and moral leader. He had to bear the burden of searching for food, mediating on any conflicts that arose, distributing the food, and many other tasks, making him feel quite suffocated. Yuzhong looked ruthless and vicious, Yet he did not mindlessly slaughter the innocent, nor was he without empathy. It was because of this that Wang Jian wanted to rely on Yu Zhong, and thus passed the burden of 100-plus survivors onto him. Yu Zhong glanced at Wang Jian, then asked in a deep voice, "Listen to me? If Huang Weian comes back, who will you listen to, him or me?" Wang Jian hesitated a moment, before gritting his teeth and saying, "As long as you don't make us do immoral or despicable things, we'll listen to you." Yu Zhong continued to pressure him. "If we get to SY County, will you listen to the government's orders or mine?" It was rare to find that people like Wang Jian and his team could preserve their morality and righteousness in times of cruelty like this. Yu Zhong did want to keep and make use of people like them, who had a sense of justice and adhered to their own principles. However, even though the apocalypse had finished its third month, the influence of the government had not yet diminished, and in many people's hearts, the government was the proper entity to lead and govern. Especially for those who worked in civil posts, such as Wang Jian and his team, to abolish the influence the government had left in their hearts would be much harder than imagined. Otherwise, they would not have let Huang Weian have his way and enjoy the high life, nor would he have been of any use anyway. His original intentions were to follow SY County government's orders. Yet right now, he also wanted to preserve the lives of the 100-plus people in the survivor fleet. Yu Zhong looked at the hesitating Wang Jian and decided not to push him any further. "Forget it. I just want you to promise me something. If SY County ever wants you to do something detrimental to my people, please decline. At the same time, you will have to bring your colleagues and leave my forces. This should be considered doable, right?" Wang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes." Yu Zhong then continued, saying deeply, "Fine. Go prepare yourself. We'll attack Clear Wind Camp shortly. Wrest it away from them." Xiaoyun could not help but blurt out, "Boss you." There are over 300 people standing guard at Clear Wind Camp. Are we really going to attack tonight? This time, Clear Wind Camp had dispatched about 60 people on this season kill mission. There were also 300 guards at Clear Wind Camp. Yu Zhong's side only had about 20 people, including the 5 policemen. To Xiaoyun, wanting to get rid of 300 people with only this much strength was something too ambitious to accomplish. Yu Zhong replied deeply, "Yes, go make preparations. We shall obtain Clear Wind Camp tonight." The darkness of the night was a great aid to those who possessed the dark night profession, like Yu Zhong. In the dark, he possessed eyesight far better than most. Others were usually impeded by the darkness and could only exhibit 20% of their battle prowess at most. If Yu Zhong had to attack 300-plus armed people during the day, he wouldn't have a chance of victory in the slightest. However, at night, coupled with White Bone's aid, he had around 70% confidence in conducting a sneak attack and overcoming the 300-plus militants there. Under the strong influence and insistence of Yu Zhong, the militants he had just absorbed into his ranks began making their preparations. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, did not request for the policemen to assist in the operation. Instead, they were to stay behind and protect the survivors. Under the cover of the night, Yu Zhong boarded a bus very quickly with the 15 ex-militants, Lu Arii, the 4 ladies, and White Bones as well. The bus headed towards Clear Wind Camp. Although Wang Jian had agreed to obey him, Yu Zhong could not trust Wang Jian entirely. Therefore, he did not leave Zhuo Yatong and his team with the rest of the survivors. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. The other survivors might capture the girls to use as bargaining chips against him. Not long after, the bus slowed down. Yu Zhong followed behind Xiaoyun as they approached Clear Wind Camp with the utmost caution. Soon, they came to a clearing which was about 50 m away from the camp itself. Clear Wind Camp was within a small town. Tianyang might not be someone with values, but it was with no doubt that he was strong. After Z-Day, he had made use of his own strength to carve out a group for himself, as he stylized himself as Big Boss and occupied this small town. In the course of events, he had lost over 300 subordinates to the zombies. After gaining control over the small town, he started hunting for survivors everywhere, negotiating his way about, clearing the surrounding towns, and absorbing their powers. This was how Clear Wind Camp had its current strength. After Yu Zhong and his team had gotten into the vicinity of the camp, they observed the situation carefully. They noticed that there was a timber fence surrounding the entire camp, with only a front and back door for entry and exit. At the two doors, there were 4 militants on guard. At the same time, near the camp itself, there were 2 8M tall towers erected that were equipped with machine guns. Atop the towers, there was a team of 2 militants in each tower, providing surveillance on the ground below. Right beside the camp gates, there was a small camp of 40 militants. If there was a disturbance near the gates, they would be able to swiftly provide reinforcements. After breaking past the perimeter, you would directly reach the normal survivors' living area. Moving further inwards to the center, you would then reach a small district where the wealthy and powerful stayed. That was where Tianyang was currently staying. Surrounding his residence were the various living quarters of his most loyal soldiers, otherwise also known as the strongest of Clear Wind Camp, the Green Wolves Mount team. The warriors of the Green Wolves Mount accompanied Tianyang on his crusades to hunt, kill, and pillage. They received the best treatment in the camp, enjoyed the best women, drank the best alcohol, and even feasted on the best food. They were loyal to a fault and extremely overbearing with their strength. Xiaoyun and the other militants had also once belonged to these elites. However, when forced to make a choice between loyalty to Tianyang and their own lives, they had all chosen their own lives in the end. Yu Zhong glanced at the 8 militants guarding the gates before ordering, "Bring me over. I will take care of them in an instant. You girls wait here," Yu Zhong told Zhuo Yatong and the rest. Attacking the camp was going to require all of his concentration and effort, so he could not afford to make White Bones stay outside just to protect them. Xiaoyun and the 2 other team leaders looked at Yu Zhong before stealing their nerves and bringing Yu Zhong towards the gates. The few militants looked at Xiaoyun curiously as they asked, "Xiaoyun, what happened? How come it's only the few of you? Where are the rest?" "We were ambushed. We only managed to catch this captive. The rest of our brothers are all dead. I want to inform our big boss quickly. Hurry up and open the gate," Xiaoyun shouted as he stood before the gate. The other ex-militants had expressions of shock and were feeling tense. If the militants inside those towers decided to crazily open fire, they would not be able to survive. Hearing Xiaoyun's words, those surveillance guards confirmed Xiaoyun's identity before giving the go-ahead for them to enter. The moment Yu Zhong entered the camp, his eyes lit up as he surveyed his surroundings, as he had discovered 2 sentries who were very well hidden. At the next moment, he activated his art of fear skill. A hugely oppressive and menacing aura was emitted from him, and it thoroughly encompassed the whole area containing the sentries and watchmen atop the towers. Under that huge pressure, all the militants immediately fainted. At almost the same instant, White Bones had already shot out its sharp-boned spears, piercing directly into the hidden sentry skulls. In the space of a moment, without making any sound, Yu Zhong had seized the gates of Clear Wind Camp, and not even a single soul had yet to discover what had happened. White Bones made use of its bone spear, leaping onto the towers and immediately killing all the militants up there, after which it brought down the 2 heavy machine guns. Yu Zhong brought out a bottle of mineral water, with which he doused his subordinates who had also fainted under the heavy pressure, waking them up. "It's really been dealt with," Xiaoyun exclaimed the moment he woke up. He looked around, and his heart filled with shock. Yu Zhong pointed to the 2 heavy machine guns as he gave an order to Lu Arii. "Lu Arii, you take your men and stand guard here. Other than us, whoever passes by here, kill them with these guns." Lu Arii replied deeply, "Yes, boss, I will definitely not let you down. The rest of you follow me." Yu Zhong led the way, bringing White Bones and the other 10 militants with him as they rushed towards the army camp. In actual fact, the army camp was only a single-story building, guarded by 2 militants holding 81 rifles who were constantly yawning. They thought that was just a formality, because in their hearts, as long there was no trouble caused at the gates, they would be safe here. All of a sudden, two bone spears shot out from White Bone's right hand, piercing through the two militants' heads and killing them before they even had a chance to let out a sound. As they followed behind, Xiaoyun and the other ex-militants had looks of amazement and joy on their faces. The ability of White Bones was an extremely efficient tool in carrying out assassinations in the night. After taking care of those two militants, Yuzhong brought his men as they swiftly made their way through each room, breaking open the locks and killing the militants in their beds, ending their lives before they even woke up. Some of the militants had faster reactions than the rest and wanted to counterattack, but before they could make a move, their heads would have already been penetrated by White Bone's bone spears. When it came to killing their old comrades, the methods of the traitors were the most vicious and cruel. This was because they had no other options and could only follow their new leader and slaughter onwards. Xiaoyun and the group of ex-militants did not have a shred of mercy towards their old comrades, and every swing of their blades saw blood as they ruthlessly slaughtered all the militants. Under the command of Yuzhong, Xiaoyun and the rest quickly subdued the entire building without triggering any mass alarm. Continue our advance. After having dealt with the army camp, Yuzhong commanded the rest to move on. Xiaoyun and the rest were also feeling the battle lust, and their bodies were in excited states. They followed closely behind Yuzhong, moving towards the depths of Clear Wind Camp. There were also some guards patrolling the living quarters of the normal survivors, yet under the lead of Xiaoyun and his team, who knew the place inside out. Those poor guards never even saw what had hit them as they were mercilessly taken out by Yuzhong and White Bones. With the guidance of the ex-militants, Yuzhong managed to cross into the inner living quarters, killing all the way without causing too much of a disturbance. In contrast to the outer regions, the inner zone was heavily guarded with well-hidden sentries all over the place, as well as 5 teams of militants who constantly patrolled. Wanting to simply confront them the way Yuzhong had done previously was definitely impossible. Yuzhong carefully observed the situation before sighing deeply. Together with his team, he took a detour around the compound, mounting a surprise attack on the other side of the camp. Yuzhong dealt with the militants at the gate and also killed all of the militants sleeping within the army camp building. He didn't take any captives since his military strength was insufficient in the first place, not to mention sparing precious manpower to guard captives. Chapter 221, Insta-killing Scarface. Chapter 221, Insta-killing Scarface. After quietly disposing of over 100 militants on the outskirts of Clear Wind Camp, Yuzhong quietly led his team of 10 back towards the villa compound. This time, Yuzhong carefully observed the militants in the compound. Tianyang had engaged in many depraved acts of debauchery and was naturally fearful of his retribution. The compound had many sentries hidden all over, as well as 5 teams who were constantly on patrol. At every pass, there were also machine guns and barbed wires, so wanting to sneak inside was virtually impossible. Even for someone of Yuzhong's caliber, under such heavy security, to be able to sneak past all of that without alerting anyone would only have about a 20% chance of success. However, if that was the case, then the certainty of killing Tianyang would be even less. After all, those 200-plus members of the Green Wolves Mount were not for show. If Yuzhong had to deal with those 200 militants, even he would face his death with the slightest mistake. Yuzhong lay prone on the ground, silently observing the militants for over half an hour. Eventually, a militant dressed in a black suit, with a scar running down his face, led 24 militants with him as they walked out of the compound. Xiaoyun looked at the man with the scar walking out, and he immediately went up to Yuzhong and said, "That Scarface is the leader of the Green Wolves Mount, and he is an enhancer. He possesses the ability to become a werewolf, and when he morphs, his strength is enhanced beyond belief. Normal bullets can only penetrate his outer hide and no further. His strength is astonishing. Stay here and keep watch. I'll go handle them." Yuzhong watched Scarface and his 24 men of the Green Wolves Mount approaching, before his figure flashed and he ducked swiftly into an alley. One of the team leaders under Scarface complained, "Boss, where are we going this time? It was finally our turn to have some fun at the 100 Beauties Garden, but now you've mobilized us. The next time it's our turn, we'll only be able to enjoy all the used goods." The 100 Beauties Garden was thought up by Tianyang. Inside, there were all the beautiful females that Tianyang had grown sick of toying with. Every few days, there would be a new addition to the garden, and the members of the Green Wolves Mount could take turns to enjoy pleasuring themselves with the women. This was one of the few things that they could look forward to after the events of Z-Day. Scarface's expression turned dark as he said, "Big Boss told me to go outside and take a look. Based on the time, Xiaoyun's team should have already come back with some spoils. However, they're not back yet, so there must be something amiss." Another team leader immediately began to curse loudly. "Those bastards must have started playing around with the goods first. Damn that motherfucker. They should have let this daddy here lead the operation." This bunch of militants from the Green Wolves Mount were not good people. Whenever they went out to hunt survivors, they would reserve the pretty ladies originally intended for Tianyang's enjoyment first, while they would also take turns wasting the other women. Some of them couldn't resist and would immediately get to raping some of the more beautiful ones. If Tianyang didn't find out, then it would be all right, but if he did happen to find out, then those who had engaged in the acts would be immediately skinned by him and burned alive. Every time there was an operation to head out, all the members of the Green Wolves Mount and the other militants would scramble to be the ones sent out. Even if the all-pretty ladies were to be offered to Tianyang, the other women could still be wasted and no one would care. Just as the Green Wolves Mount member cursed, Zhuo suddenly shot out of the alley like lightning and activated his art of fear skill. A terrible, oppressive aura was immediately exuded from Zhuo, enveloping the 25 Green Wolves Mount members. Under the horrifying pressure from Zhuo's spirit, 24 of the members immediately fainted from fear. As for Scarface, he immediately activated his level 3 werewolf transformation skill. In just a moment, a tremendous amount of thick fur sprouted out from all over his body, and the teeth in his mouth elongated to become sharp canines like those of a wolf. His hands grew claws sharper than needles, and his muscles became extremely defined and solid with veins protruding all over. In fact, those bulging muscles tore apart his clothes. The level 3 werewolf transformation skill allowed a person to become a werewolf, with all attributes receiving a huge boost. However, after activating this skill, it would wear down the user's stamina. Furthermore, whilst in the werewolf form, it was not possible to make use of any other skills. Even with all these disadvantages, it was still a powerful ability. Scarface had made use of this skill to raise his level up to level 20, and he had leveled the skill up twice. He could maintain this form for 10 minutes, and while he was in a transformed state, any bullets smaller than .09 caliber would be unable to hurt his body. Furthermore, while he was in his werewolf form, he possessed a higher resistance to most attacks, hence rendering Zhuo's Art of Fear skill to be useless against him. When Zhuo had activated his Art of Fear skill, he had already pushed his speed to the maximum, rushing over to swing his dark magic blade towards Scarface's head. Zhuo's 7 times that of a normal human speed was truly too fast, too furious. After Scarface had transformed, he only had enough time to raise his right hand in front of him to block the incoming blade. A blade light flashed, and a look of fright shone past Scarface's eyes. His throat twitched as though he wanted to say something. The very next moment, his arms and head directly shifted, and fresh blood sprayed from the wounds on his body, dyeing the ground red. Had it been a fair confrontation, and if Scarface had known how sharp Zhuo's dark magic blade was, even if Zhuo wanted to kill him, it would require at least 10 strikes. However, Scarface knew nothing about Zhuo, whereas Xiaoyun had told the latter all there was to know about Scarface. Adding to the fact that Zhuo's prowess was way above that of Scarface's anyway, with an ambush as such, killing Scarface within the span of a second was not a problem at all. After disposing of Scarface, Yu Zhong walked over to those Green Wolves Mount members who had fainted, using the dark magic blade to decapitate them one by one. When he was done, Yu Zhong then returned to patting down Scarface's corpse and began retrieving the god and devil system items. Scarface had only equipped a replica Tang sword, a pair of white gloves, a pair of level 1 enhanced boots, a level 2 defense armor, and also a level 3 power ring. I'll just give this ring to Zhuo Yatong. Yu Zhong thought silently as he stored away the rest of the items. Amongst the items from the system, apart from some special items, most of the items' effects couldn't be stacked. Yu Zhong already possessed a power ring, so he decided to give the one that he'd just found to Zhuo Yatong. After silently killing these Green Wolves Mount members, Yu Zhong returned to where Xiaoyun was. Xiaoyun saw Yu Zhong returning by himself, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of disbelief as he timidly asked, "Boss, did you really take care of Scarface and the rest?" Yu Zhong continued staring at the compound as he answered calmly, I have taken care of them." Inside the compound, there were still 7 other Green Wolves Mount members who were his real opponents. Upon hearing Yu Zhong's words, a hint of veneration flashed past the eyes of Xiaoyun and the rest. Even assassinating just 2 Green Wolves Mount members without causing any disturbance would already have exceeded their expectations. Yu Zhong carefully circled the compound a few times, but no matter what, he could not find a gap in the defense to break through. There were lights everywhere, and the patrol teams did their jobs diligently without stopping. There were also sentries were hidden everywhere, so wanting to sneak in silently would be impossible. We can't afford to wait any longer. Otherwise, they will have made preparations. Yu Zhong finally made his decision. He ordered to Xiaoyun and the rest. Later on, spread out, and when you guys fire, change your position after each shot. There's no need to pay attention to your hit rate, just attract their attention. I'll handle the rest. Remember, only when I have opened fire should you guys then do the same. Understood, boss. Xiaoyun nodded his head before giving orders for his team of 5 to split up. Zhang Yujiang also brought his men and split up. Yu Zhong brought White Bones with him as he climbed up one of the huge trees over 100 m tall. He waved a hand and brought out a QJZ-8 machine gun. Just as 2 of the patrol teams were preparing to switch over, Yu Zhong pulled the trigger and opened fire. In that split second, the machine gun spat out countless bullets, completely enveloping those 24 members of the Green Wolves Mount as he ruthlessly gunned them down. The large caliber bullets of the machine gun were extremely terrifying, and many of the members' heads directly exploded or they were severed at the waist. Some even had their bodies torn apart. The scene became as though it had just experienced a rain of blood. Under Yu Zhong's sudden frenzy of firing, those 24 members became tattered corpses within a matter of seconds. The QJZ-8 machine gun was a fearsome weapon that could even create dents in armored vehicles. Using it against humans was simply overkill. After slaughtering the 24 Green Wolves Mount members, the piercing sound of gunfire had resounded throughout the compound, and an alarm sounded out crisply. Those hidden sentries also began to open fire at Yu Zhong's position in a frenzy. However, it was in vain, for all the bullets hit empty air as Yu Zhong had already changed his position. Kill them all, White Bones. Yu Zhong changed his position and immediately gave the cruel order to White Bones. White Bones hoisted its huge axe and began making its way like a tornado towards the hidden sentries. Fool! Those hidden sentries saw White Bones rushing towards them, their expressions fleeting as they all began firing at White Bones. The next moment, their expressions turned ash-gray as they realized that the bullets were bouncing off White Bones' body, not harming it in the slightest. White Bones extended its right arm, and 3 bone spears immediately shot out, penetrating the heads of 3 sentries. It then retracted the blood-covered spears before shooting out another round of spears, drawing blood once again and killing another 2 hidden sentries. Xiaoyun, Zhang Yujiang, and the rest began to open fire at the compound. Chapter 222, Assault on the Villa. Chapter 222, Assault on the Villa. Amongst the militants, only Xiaoyun had decent accuracy and managed to hit 2 targets. The rest didn't have much luck. After all, they were not suited to fighting in the dark like Yuzhong. However, with them being spread out and firing all around, it gave the illusion that there was a huge force right outside the villa. The members of the Green Wolves Mount were forced to take cover and randomly return fire in the dark. Although Xiaoyun, Zhang Youjiang, and the rest were not effective at taking down the enemy, their additional firepower was enough to attract the enemy, making them panic to aid Yuzhong's attack. After White Bones had killed those 6 hidden sentries, the remaining Green Wolves Mount members on their side were also easily taken care of by Yuzhong in it. With a slash of his blade, Yuzhong split the barbed wire open and proceeded to charge towards one of the villas in a frenzy with White Bones. From the information that Xiaoyun had provided, Yuzhong knew that this villa contained the resting and living quarters for most members of the Green Wolves Mount. The members of the Green Wolves Mount also frequently needed to rest. After all, there was close to 100 militants simply patrolling outside alone, so whenever they switched shifts, the rest would take the chance to sleep inside the villa. Pushing his speed that was 7 times that of a normal person to the limit, Yuzhong crossed the entire distance of 150 m in just 6 seconds, leaping straight into the villa. In the huge hall, there was the rancid smell of alcohol, sweat, and also a strange sour odor. 20-plus women were all lying around exhausted on the floor, sofas, and tables, their bodies covered with foul-smelling white specks. Many members of the Mount were sprawled all over the place as well, in deep sleep. Only 2 or 3 of them, who had higher perceptions of danger than the rest, were currently dressing themselves. As they saw Yuzhong rushing in, their eyes flashed with a hint of fright. Yuzhong had already pulled out his .05 light submachine gun, and without further ado, he began to spray bullets at the 3 who had stood up, turning them into sieves. After disposing of those 3 members, he continued his advance towards the upper level. Other than the Mount members in the Great Hall, the second story had many members as well. Yuzhong had just rushed up to the second story when White Bones entered the Great Hall right behind him. As it looked at the sleeping humans, its fiery, demonic eyes lit up. It proceeded to pierce through their heads continuously with its bone spears, killing all the humans in the Great Hall. After Yuzhong had reached the second story, he would slash at the locks on each door before kicking the door wide open, then wildly open fire and instantly decimate the sleeping Green Wolves Mount members. One by one, the inhabitants of each room met their doom as Yuzhong advanced. If they were awake, they might have posed some sort of threat to him, but since they were asleep, they were completely harmless. After he had cleared up the second story, Yuzhong went back down. All the people in the Great Hall, be it man or woman, had already been killed by White Bones. Killing the members of the Green Wolves Mount in this villa meant that the total number of enemies Yuzhong had to face had now been reduced by yet another huge portion. He immediately rushed out of the villa with White Bones. As soon as he exited, he came across the first patrol team that had arrived as reinforcements. Yuzhong immediately activated his encompassing body armor, and White Bones turned into a stream of light that encompassed his body, which then transformed into an external armor that covered Yuzhong's whole body minus his eyes. Yuzhong then raised his .05 submachine gun as he opened fire at the approaching Mount members, instantly taking down 4 of them. The other members immediately dove for cover while returning fire at him. However, the bullets would bounce off Yuzhong the moment they hit the bone armor, not injuring him in the slightest. Yuzhong was like a human tank as he advanced forward fearlessly, constantly firing at the militants. Every shot of his found its aim, and within moments, the entire team was decimated. After killing this team of Green Wolves Mount members, Yuzhong made his way towards the team that was pressuring Zhang Youjiang's team. He wanted to take care of all the insignificant members before finally tackling Tianyang, the leader of Clear Wind Camp. All Yuzhong knew about Tianyang was that he had great strength But Yu Zhong didn't know to what extent this strength reached. He did not want to engage in an all-out fight with Tianyang, only to be suddenly decapitated by some random Green Wolves mount member. With the protection of the Bon Amour, Yu Zhong was like a tank as he used the 05 submachine gun to take down the gunners in the team before killing the rest of the normal members. He was swift, and every shot fired meant another militant was dead. Shots fired at Yu Zhong were also useless, as they would just deflect off him, causing the militants' morale to constantly drop. Just when the militants had been picked off one by one until there were only about 23 of them left, Yu Zhong had a sudden premonition. He perceived an extreme danger and immediately retreated 3 steps backwards. With a bang, a large-caliber projectile penetrated Yu Zhong's bone armor near the chest area, landing on the rat-skin leather. It managed to leave a white mark before its momentum was depleted. Yu Zhong himself was flung 5-6 and backwards, as though he'd been hit by a martial arts practitioner, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. If he did not have the protection of the bone armor or the rat king skin, receiving this bullet directly would have meant certain death. Even with the protection of the encompassing body armor, rat king skin, water snake skin, and the level 3 defense armor, Yu Zhong still received a heavy injury. If his body strength hadn't reached 49 points, even with all the protective layers, he still would have suffered some broken bones. The moment Yu Zhong was sent flying, a huge number of rifle bullets flew at him, but they were immediately repelled by his bone armor. What a good marksman! I was too careless. Yu Zhong braved the hail of bullets before swiftly rolling behind a nearby cover. He immediately swallowed some life-saving grass and began to recover from his injuries. After checking his bone armor, for the sake of wiping out the Green Wolves mount members in the shortest time possible, Yu Zhong re-entered the fray. Braving the incoming hail of bullets, Yu Zhong killed his way through the militants. The speed at which he slaughtered the members was very fast, but it exposed him to some of the other enhancers, causing him to receive some light injuries. Still not dead? What a monster! The leader of this particular Green Wolves mount squadron was an enhancer called Wei Ji. He was hidden in one of the villas and possessed the level 3 sniper specialization skill. As he watched Yu Zhong deftly leap behind a cover through his lens, he couldn't help but inhale some cold air. Wei Ji had utmost confidence in his sniping skills. As long as the enemy did not get close, other than Tianyang, no one else in Clear Wind Camp was his match. Wei Ji's only weak point was close-quarter combat, since any 4 members of the Green Mount Wolves would be enough to deal with him once they were close enough. I have to get rid of this sniper. Yu Zhong looked left and right carefully before rushing out like a cheetah, firing rapidly at all the streetlights. Following the clustered sounds of gunfire, the road lamps were all broken one by one, and the entire district was engulfed in darkness. Damn it! Wei Ji saw that the entire street was in complete darkness and couldn't help but curse out loud. Without any vision, even if he could shatter a toothpick from a distance of 1,000 m under normal conditions, he was currently unable to do anything about Yu Zhong. Darkness was the ultimate nemesis of snipers. Wei Ji began to quickly disassemble and pack up his beloved Barrett sniper rifle, and then left this particular villa. If it was during the day, he could still make use of his superb aiming skills to pressure Yu Zhong. However, in the night, staying here any longer was undoubtedly awaiting death. Countless lamps were broken by Yu Zhong's shots, and the entire compound was soon shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, Yu Zhong was like a fish in water, silently killing all the members of the Green Wolves mount like a grim reaper wherever he went. All members of the Green Wolves mount were caught off guard by the sudden darkness. Since they had all started to panic, they simply could not put up any resistance, letting Yu Zhong take them down one by one with ease. What kind of an audacious person dares to come to my Clear Wind Camp and act wildly? Just as Yu Zhong was about to finish slaughtering the 5 remaining members of the mount, an enraged howl resounded out from one of the villas. A man who was wearing a black suit, a green hat, a green cape, and green agility boots suddenly rushed out towards Yuzhong like a meteor with a green staff in his hands. This person was precisely Lai Tianyang. Yuzhong only took one glance at the man before he pulled the trigger, turning another 2 militants into sieves. In a flash, he appeared behind the last 3 mount members, raising his hand and shooting out 3 bone spears, which immediately pierced their heads and killed them. Other than those who had been acting as guards outside, all the members of the Green Wolves' mount had been killed by Yuzhong. "Bastard, you're courting death." Lai Tianyang was furious, and a hurricane began to encircle him, increasing his speed by 3 times. In just a few breaths, he had crossed a distance of 100 m and was crazily approaching Yuzhong. Yuzhong looked at the enraged Lai Tianyang, who was rushing towards him, and answered with a wild burst of bullets from his submachine gun. Before any of those bullets could hit Lai Tianyang, though, they were swept away by the hurricanes which appeared around him and were blown to one side. "Damn ants! Just based on this, you think you can injure me? I will skin you alive, you swine." Lai Tianyang smiled grimly as he waved his green staff at Yuzhong. All of a sudden, sharp blades of wind which could even cut through steel were conjured up, and they rushed towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong's sense of danger kept alerting him, warning him about the impending danger. Just then, his face changed greatly, and he immediately rolled towards one of the buildings at the side. Those blades of wind were extremely fast. Even though Yuzhong had managed to dodge a large number of them, he still received wounds from 2 of them. The sharp blades even managed to cut through the bone armor, and only after they hit the Rat King's hide did the blades lose their power, leaving behind a white mark and disappearing. What a fearsome person. No wonder he's their leader. Don't tell me he's an evolver too? Yuzhong's eyebrows furrowed as he thought to himself quietly. Yuzhong had always thrown himself onto the front line, battling against countless zombies and mutant beasts in order to get to where he was today, a level 35 enhancer. Compared to most, he was definitely very strong. Chapter 223, Defeating Lai Tianyang. Chapter 223, Defeating Lai Tianyang. In Qingyuan County, Flame King Gu, who was hailed as one of the top 4 enhancers, could conjure up 6 fireballs at most. With just a wave of his hand, Lai Tianyang could actually summon over 10 blades of wind, showing that his battle ability was clearly above that of Flame King Gu's. Even scarier was that while Lai Tianyang was activating his wind blade skill, he could still maintain a hurricane armor around himself. Other than the possibility of being an evolver who was favored by the heavens, Yuzhong could not think of any other possibility that could allow a normal enhancer to possess such strength. When comparing evolvers and enhancers, the former could be considered geniuses, whilst the latter were simply normal people. Geniuses could easily possess great power and abilities. Yet for normal people to catch up to geniuses, they would have to put in at least 10 times the effort. Lai Tianyang's eyes were red with fury. Filled with venomous hatred and killing intent, he laughed maniacally and said, "Hiding there is useless, you damn rat. You actually dare to destroy my Green Wolf's mount. I definitely will not spare you. I will tear your limbs away from your body and then toss them into a pit to let the maggots feast on." On this night, Yuzhong had single-handedly wrecked the entire elite Green Wolves mount division. Out of Lai Tianyang's top 4 subordinates, 3 had died at Yuzhong's hands. Other than Scarface, who tried to put up a fight, the other 2 had died earlier in the villa's Great Hall. Excluding himself, Lai Tianyang's military forces had been wiped out in just one night, making him absolutely furious. If normal bullets are ineffective, how about those from a machine gun? Yuzhong opened his right hand towards the ground, and a bone spear shot out, propelling him to the rooftop of a villa. With a wave of his hand, a QJZ-8 machine gun appeared, and he aimed it at Lai Tianyang. Surrounded by his hurricane armor, Lai Tianyang looked like a demon as he swiftly rushed to where Yuzhong had originally been hiding. However, he did not see anybody when he got there. "Go die." From the rooftop of the villa, Yuzhong pulled down on the trigger of the QJZ-8 heavy machine gun. Countless bullets that could even pierce through the armor of small tanks were fired towards Tianyang like a torrent of water. Even someone as strong as Yu Zhong, who was wearing the bone armor, Rat King's hide, water snake skin, and a level 3 defense armor, wouldn't be able to resist the firepower of a QJZ-8 heavy machine gun. Although the Rat King's hide would be able to stop the bullet from penetrating any further, the force exerted from the impact would not be fully negated. Those countless bullets bombarded Tianyang in a frenzy. Like what had happened previously, though, they seemed to be swept away by his hurricane armor. Yet their penetrative force far surpassed the previous bullets, and some bullets actually came close to Tianyang's skin. Tianyang's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He shouted out and waved his staff, causing the hurricane armor around him to become even denser. The bullets were now swept away even faster by the force of the hurricanes. Tianyang followed the machine gun's line of fire to discover Yu Zhong's position, and he snorted in anger, his eyes bloodshot and the veins bulging out on his body. He waved his staff towards the sky, and a huge azure tornado streaked off in Yu Zhong's direction. The moment the azure tornado appeared, Yu Zhong's sense of danger reached the highest level, and he immediately stowed the machine gun away. He covered his head with both his hands and rolled off to one side. The tornado reached the rooftop very quickly, and Tianyang immediately shouted out loudly, "Explode!" At that moment, the azure tornado instantly exploded, with countless wind blades raining downwards. 5 of the blades landed on Yu Zhong's body, splitting apart the bone armor and leaving many deep white marks on the Rat King's hide. Although the wind blades did not actually cut through Yu Zhong's skin, it was as if a Muay Thai expert had struck Yu Zhong's back viciously 5 times, causing his blood and internal energy to be unstable. After executing that huge move, Tianyang himself had turned very pale and was gasping for air. As the hurricane around him continued to swirl, he rose up high into the air. After the tornado had released all its wind blades, Yu Zhong, who had originally intended to roll down from the rooftop, stood up immediately. His face flashed with a hint of ferociousness, and with a flick of his hand, a Type 40 rocket launcher appeared. His figure flashed several times before he appeared at the edge of the roof. He aimed the rocket launcher at Tianyang as he said, "If a heavy machine gun can't get rid of you, will a rocket launcher be able to?" Seeing the rocket launcher in Yu Zhong's hands, Tianyang, who was slowly rising in midair, immediately turned pale. He mustered all his strength and tried to condense his hurricane armor into a shield in front of him. The moment the shield was condensed, Yu Zhong had already fired out a huge rocket that exploded onto the hurricane shield. With a hong, the huge rocket was actually blocked by the hurricane shield. However, the shield was immediately shattered by the resulting shock wave from the explosion. Tianyang fell out of the air as he tumbled to the ground and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. "I cannot go on like this. I might even die. I am an evolver. I'm supposed to have an amazing future. I definitely cannot die here." Tianyang felt fear in his heart the moment he landed. Prior to the apocalypse, he was just a cowardly thief, but after going through the events of Z-Day, he had actually gained powers after evolving. Everything had been smooth sailing. Today was the first time he actually felt that his life was in danger. Without any further hesitation, the hurricane began to revolve around him again, and his figure flashed. He fled far into the distance, soon disappearing into the darkness. He escaped. Yu Zhong had just reloaded another rocket and was preparing to send him to meet his maker when he discovered that Tianyang had long since disappeared. Yu Zhong lightly furrowed his eyebrows. Those evolvers with special abilities were the hardest to deal with, since if they wanted to escape, Yu Zhong had no means of preventing them from doing so. With Tianyang's escape, there was now no one else in the entire compound who was strong enough to withstand Yu Zhong's onslaught. He used the bone spears to descend from the roof, before making his way into the main villa. There were 4 Green Wolves Mount members guarding the entrance. The moment they saw Yu Zhong appear, they were frightened out of their wits and wanted to make a run for it. Yu Zhong opened his left hand, and 3 bone spears shot out, penetrating the brains of 3 members, while he held a .05 submachine gun in his right hand and fired ruthlessly at the remaining member, turning him into a sieve. After killing those 4, Yu Zhong pushed open the villa's main gate. "We humbly welcome your visit, master." Yu Zhong had just entered the villa when he saw a butler-like person wearing a tuxedo together with 20 suave young men dressed in waiter suits and 20 beautiful ladies dressed in nurse uniforms. They knelt down on the ground and called out respectfully. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the group as he said lightly, "I'm not your master, Tianyang. Stand up and speak to me." The head butler, wearing the tuxedo, and the 40 other people all stood up on their feet. He looked towards Yu Zhong and spoke respectfully. "Honorable master, since you have won in battle with Tianyang, you have now become our new master. We are willing to swear loyalty to you and contribute what measly strength we have." After Z-Day, whoever had the hardest punch was the boss. Other than the Green Wolves mount, the majority of the people in Clear Wind Camp didn't really have much loyalty to Tianyang. Yu Zhong looked at the head butler and asked, "What's your name?" The butler maintained his reverential manner and said, "Your slave is called Chun Ming." Tianyang had liked people to refer to him as master, while referring to themselves as your slave. Chun Ming had wanted to get on Tianyang's good side, and thus referred to himself as your slave. Chun Ming had no qualms about the term. He simply wanted to live on. Yu Zhong continued asking, "Are there any more Green Wolves mount members here?" Chun Ming swiftly replied, "This is Tianyang's private manor, so there are only Green Wolves mount members standing guard outside. Other than us, there is no one else inside the villa." Tianyang had an extremely powerful skill. If it was not for the fact that Yu Zhong possessed the storage ring and had kept so many types of arms, it would have been much more difficult to deal with Tianyang. Since this was his private manor, there naturally wouldn't be many Green Wolves mount members stationed here. Yu Zhong took out a .54 handgun and 2 grenades, handing them to Chun Ming. He said lightly, "You are now my new officer. Keep guard here carefully. Whoever dares to cause any trouble, kill them." Chun Ming's heart rejoiced, and he immediately replied, "Yes, master." After delegating duties to Chun Ming, with just a thought, Yu Zhong deactivated the bone encompassing skill, causing white bones to immediately turn into a streak of light and peel off him. Then, white bones coagulated into human form before the shocked gazes of the people nearby. Yu Zhong ordered white bones, "Stay here and keep guard. Other than me, whoever wants to go out or come in, kill them without hesitation." Within the block of villas, there was something extremely valuable, and that was the granary of Clear Wind Camp. A granary as such was crucial to any huge force, and Tianyang was also very mindful about rations. Hence, the food source for the whole of Clear Wind Camp was under his control in his private villa. As long as he held onto the granary, Yu Zhong would gain control of Clear Wind Camp. Otherwise, even if he did chase Tianyang away, wanting to gain absolute control would be tough. The problem of feeding over 2,000 people was enough to pressure him. Even if he took out all the food in his ring, he would not be able to provide for long. White Bone's demonic fiery eyes flashed, and it nodded towards Yu Zhong as it quietly stood on guard. Yu Zhong then proceeded to meet up with Xiong Zheng and the rest. "Captain Yu, you managed to subdue all of the mount?" Xiong Zheng looked at Yu Zhong, who had just appeared before him, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The 4 warriors beside Xiong Zheng had the same expression. Inside the compound, there were supposed to be over 200 members of the mount. In addition to experts like Tianyang and Wei Ji, Yu Zhong had still managed to completely subdue the enemy by himself, so they didn't dare to believe it. Yu Zhong then ordered Xiong Zheng and Zhang Youjiang, "Bring all your men to the main town district. Whoever is taking advantage of the chaos to rob, rape, or murder, kill them on sight. Maintain the peace and security." The intense gunfight in the villa compounds had definitely aroused the panic of the survivors in the main town. There were many people who had made use of the chaos to rob, kill, and rape. The town had already been plunged into widespread panic and chaos. People who wished for there to be chaos were everywhere on Earth. Yes, boss you. Xiaoyun and Zhang Youjiang replied with fervor. Being able to follow such an amazing and miraculous leader was an honor to them, and it filled their hearts with valor. Xiaoyun and Zhang Youjiang brought their small teams and killed their way into the center of town, instantly executing any riders who caused trouble. At the same time, they herded the masses back to their homes like sheep. After executing about 40 rioters, the chaos was finally suppressed and most of the survivors had returned back to their homes, albeit with anxiety in their hearts. Clear Wind Camp has been captured just like that. Zhuo Yatong and the other 3 girls had been led by Yu Zhong to the villa compound. Seeing the spacious and clean buildings, suave waiters, and beautiful maids, it felt like a dream to the 4 of them. Not too long ago, they were still unsure of their future out in the wild. Yet just one day later, they had suddenly been thrust into a lavish lifestyle, staying in nice accommodation and being served by other people. It did not feel like reality to them. Chunming walked up to Yu Zhong's side and reported in a very deferential manner. Master, the bath has already been filled with warm water. Please head there to refresh yourself. Chunming was a man who knew how to read people. He knew that Yu Zhong's first priority would be to relax after such a huge battle, which was why he had prepared the bath in advance. Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. They had been on the run for so long and hadn't bathed for several days. Go ahead and rest if you want. Let Chunming make the arrangements. Yu Zhong pointed to Chunming before allowing himself to be led away by one of the maids towards the bath. I want to go and rest. Yatong carried Yun Kai-wei as she spoke to Chunming. Yun Kai-wei had already succumbed to slumber after trying to stay awake the entire night. Chunming called a maidservant over and yelled, Chunlan, bring this ma'am over to room 203 for a good rest. Ma'am, please follow me. A maidservant with a pretty oval face came up to Zhuo Yatong and said respectfully. Led by the maidservant, Zhuo Yatong left this area, carrying Yun Kai-wei. Tong Xiaoyun glanced at Gu Manzi as she smiled sweetly and said, Gu Jiji, it's so late. Aren't you going to rest? Gu Manzi looked at Tong Xiaoyun and a hint of enmity flashed past her eyes, yet she still smiled. She glanced at Tong Xiaoyun's chest and pointed out, Xiaoyun Mimi, if you don't rest early, it will not be good for your growth. Tong Xiaoyun was pretty and her skin was fair, and she had a pure, refined air to her. However, her chest was still not very well developed, and it seemed to only bulge outward slightly. Compared to Gu Manzi's ample C-cups, they were still far from comparable. If it wasn't for the power of the rocket launcher inside his storage ring, the victory over Tianyang might not have been so easy. Other than Tianyang himself, Wei Ji of the 4 Kings had also left a deep impression on Yu Zhong. If the distance between them had been 10 m, Yu Zhong could have executed Wei Ji in a single move. Outside of 100 m distance, though, Yu Zhong would have to exhaust all of his strength to get rid of Wei Ji. Seeing Yu Zhong entering the water, Ma Lily and Zheng Fong hesitated for a moment before following suit. Ma Lily lifted Yu Zhong's leg to one side, while Zheng Fong started massaging and washing Yu Zhong's other foot with her small hands. After a while, she lowered her head and placed his foot into her mouth. Although they weren't the most beautiful ladies like Tianyang had gathered, they were the best at servicing others. Chunming had taken a lot of effort to choose these 2 girls to serve Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong felt his foot entering somewhere warm and moist. At the same time, something soft started to lick his toes, and he immediately opened his eyes, seeing Zheng Fong provide her services with great care. Zheng Fong felt Yu Zhong's gaze linger on her, and her body froze for a moment, before her face then went scarlet in shame. She knew that what she was doing was shameful, but she didn't just want to survive. Rather, she also wanted a better life than most other women, and to achieve that, she was willing to do anything necessary, even if it meant falling into depravity herself. Under Lai Tianyang's rule, Zhang Fong and Ma Lili had witnessed the cruel fate of those who were not willing to serve. There were some top beauties who had figures and looks surpassing both of them. Yet because of their stubbornness, they had angered Lai Tianyang. He had tortured them to death and turned their corpses into human sausages. After witnessing the fates of those great beauties, Zhang Fong, Ma Lili, and the rest of the women were frightened out of their wits. They did not dare to go against those who had control over their lives anymore. After Zhang Fong had finished servicing one of Yu Zhong's feet, she then lifted his other leg up, and Ma Lili immediately lowered her head to do the same. Seeing this scene in front of him, Yu Zhong suddenly felt a rush of blood. Before the apocalypse, he would have immediately stopped them from doing these kinds of shameful acts. But in the depths of his heart, he instinctively wanted to see what other types of exotic service they would provide. Forget it. It's not like I am forcing them to do it anyway. If he was a gentleman or a righteous man like the ones in stories, or perhaps a chivalrous knight or saint, he would immediately stop the girls from doing these acts and advise them not to use their bodies this way. However, after a short dilemma in his heart, Yu Zhong had an excuse of some sort for himself, and he had no more qualms about enjoying this treatment. Right at this moment, Tong Xiaoyun strode into the room wearing nothing but a white bathing robe. She saw the half-kneeling Zhang Fong and Ma Lili, who were servicing Yu Zhong in such a demeaning way with their bodies mostly exposed, and her face fell. Although she was willing to give herself to Yu Zhong, she was not quite prepared to do something on that sort of level. Suddenly, there was a flash in her beautiful eyes as she thought of an idea. She hurriedly entered the pool, hugging onto one of Yu Zhong's arms tightly, as she said with an expression of veneration on her face, "Brother Yu, you're really strong. You were actually able to bring down the entire Clear Wind camp by yourself. You truly are extraordinary." Hearing those words, Zhang Fong and Ma Lili were both slightly shaken, and expressions of shock flashed past their eyes. They knew that Clear Wind camp was subdued by the man in front of them, but they had thought that he had brought an army of over hundreds of subordinates with him, seeing as he had been able to take care of Lai Tianyang in such a manner. After all, there were over 300 militants in Clear Wind camp, and 200 of them were members of the elite Green Wolves Mount. Those 200 members were ruthless and cold-handed, whether they were against zombies or other humans. Now that they'd realized that Clear Wind camp had been subdued single-handedly by the person who was currently right in front of them, they naturally could not help but feel endless astonishment in their hearts. Yu Zhong had obviously made use of a brilliant strategy to attack at night, and had used the ex-militants to create diversions. Tong Xiaoyun knew how to curry favor, which made him delighted. He extended his arms, bringing Tong Xiaoyun into his embrace before letting out a self-satisfied grin. When Tong Xiaoyun was brought into Yu Zhong's embrace, her face turned red, and her slender, petite body also couldn't help but tremble as it turned slightly redder. She had already made the decision of giving herself to Yu Zhong, but at the end of the day, she was still inexperienced, and, as the actual deed was looming ever so closer, she could not help but feel slightly apprehensive. Yu Zhong felt the trembling of Tong Xiaoyun as he lowered his head to look at her. Seeing that her face was flushed red with an extremely shy expression, he found her extremely cute. Yu Zhong lowered his head to plant a kiss on Tong Xiaoyun's lips as the traces of a young lady's fragrance constantly spread out from her body. Tong Xiaoyun's body froze after she was kissed by Yu Zhong. Only after a while did she stick out her tongue and intertwine it with Yu Zhong's. Just as Yu Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun started making out, Gu Manzi, who was also wearing a white robe, walked in and witnessed the scene. If it was before the apocalypse and her boyfriend had dared to kiss another girl, she would immediately give a strong slap to the bastard without a second thought, before breaking up with him on the spot. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, all that arose was a strong sense of jealousy as she cursed in a low voice. She really is a little vixen, already knowing how to bait men. Gu Manzi swept an arrogant gaze over Zheng Fong and Ma Lily like a proud swan. After seeing her gaze, they were intimidated and quietly retreated over to the side. Zheng Fong and Ma Lily were very obedient, not daring to fight against the ladies Yu Zhong had brought. Furthermore, Gu Manzi surpassed them in terms of beauty, causing them both to feel a little inadequate. Gu Manzi entered the pool naturally, as if she were a mermaid, before she started to hug onto the other arm of Yu Zhong, using her voluptuous mounds to press against his arm. Once his and Tong Xiaoyun's lips had parted, Yu Zhong saw the incredibly beautiful and sexy Gu Manzi beside him. Gu Manzi smiled at Yu Zhong charmingly before going underwater, using her snow-white hands to grab onto Yu Zhong's poisonous dragon and delivering it into her mouth. Yu Zhong was immediately aroused. Nevertheless, Gu Manzi could not hold her breath underwater for too long. When she came back up, the hot water was giving her delicate skin a very pinkish hue. Adding on to the fact that her figure was voluptuous, it gave her an extremely irresistible charm. She was in her golden years, plus she was very attractive to begin with. This time, her attractiveness far surpassed that of Tong Xiaoyun. Gu Manzi cocked an enchanting eyebrow as she called out seductively, "Brother Yu, come and eat me up. Divina Celestial Being Lol, that's cooing for you." Chapter 225, Speech. Chapter 225, Speech. Seeing the charming Gu Manzi, Yu Zhong had a sudden urge to push her down by the side of the pool and engage himself in pleasure. However, he quickly held himself back. The sneak attack on Clear Wind Camp had taken its toll on his stamina and spirit. He had to maintain his condition in case Tianyang suddenly came back. If he expended too much energy and Tianyang suddenly returned, he wouldn't even have enough time to cry. In fact, when Yu Zhong had started his assault on the villa compound, Tianyang had been indulging himself with a few beauties at his side. This had expended quite a lot of Tianyang's stamina, hence his lower concentration level and response time during the battle. After all, he had even appeared later in the battle than the rest. Yu Zhong smiled lightly, and he told Gu Manzi, "Come here. Today I'll spare you." Gu Manzi swam over obediently, and she asked with a face full of concern, "Brother Yu, are you exhausted? Let me give you a massage." Yu Zhong slowly closed his eyes. Gu Manzi looked at Tong Xiaoyun, and she smiled, before moving across to Yu Zhong's side and beginning to massage his body, making his muscles relax. Tong Xiaoyun was not angered by Gu Manzi's provocation. Instead, she started watching Gu Manzi's actions very carefully, absorbing and learning what she could. Yu Zhong continued soaking in the pool for a while, before drying himself and allowing himself to be led away by a maidservant to his resting quarters. After Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun had also cleaned themselves, they too followed the servants back to their rooms. Before the second day had even dawned, a petite figure opened the door to Yu Zhong's room and burrowed into the covers, before hugging onto Yu Zhong and then falling into a deep sleep. Not long after, another petite figure also darted into the room and did the same thing, diving beneath the covers. However, those two small figures soon collided with each other. Both of them emerged from underneath the covers as they stared at each other. Those two petite figures were the two Lolis Yun Kai Wei and Tong Xiaoyun. Both of them stared at each other for a while, before each grabbing onto one of Yu Zhong's arms with a mutual understanding and falling asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yu Zhong's internal body clock caused him to wake up. Usually, he would wake up at 7, but after the huge battle that had gone on the previous night, the recovery process of his body had caused him to sleep until 8 a.m. When he opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that two Lolas were sleeping beside him, one on each side. Yin Kai Wei and Tong Xiaoyun were both in deep slumber. With Yu Zhong by their side, they were not afraid of what the future might bring. Regardless of any dangers or obstacles, Yu Zhong would be in front of them, shouldering it all. "Time to get up," Yu Zhong called out loudly as he pulled off the covers and gently slapped the two Lolas buttocks. Tong Xiaoyun sat up and rubbed her hazy eyes. The nightgown she was wearing had slipped down halfway, exposing her little cherry-pink rabbits. Coupled with her snow-white skin, it was truly a sight to behold. After Tong Xiaoyun's head had cleared, she looked at Yu Zhong and smiled sweetly, saying, "Good morning, brother Yu." Yun Kaiwei also got up groggily before saying, "Big brother, good morning." Seeing their cute and innocent appearances, Yu Zhong also started to feel extremely comfortable. He reached out to pinch their cheeks before throwing them unceremoniously out of the bed, telling them to go wash up. After they had a shower, he led the two of them into the dining room. Very soon, Gu Manzi and Zhuo Yatong also finished washing up and arrived at the dining area. Ming walked up towards Yu Zhong and asked, "Master, can I begin to serve breakfast now?" "Yes, you may." Right after Yu Zhong had just finished his sentence, Ming had already gestured toward a few maidservants to bring breakfast over from the kitchen and to start serving. Breakfast actually consisted of sausages, eggs, warm milk, deep-fried fritters, corn porridge, steamed buns, and so on. In the current world, this type of breakfast could be considered extremely luxurious. Ever since Z-Day, Zhuo Yatong and the other three girls hadn't eaten anything even remotely close to what they were seeing right now. Since they were living purely for the sake of being alive, they were essentially walking corpses. On both sides of the town square, there were 16 heavily armed soldiers monitoring the 2,000-plus survivors. Under the gazes of so many people, Yu Zhong walked towards the center of the podium, while the four women and Wang Jian only stood at the edge. Wang and I was standing amongst the survivors when she saw Gu Manzi standing by Yu Zhong, and her eyes were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. "Damn it, why didn't that guy want me? Why did he only want Gu Manzi? I am obviously better than her. Why? Why?" One of the students also saw Tong Xiaoyun, who was standing on the other side of the podium as well, and he called out dejectedly, "That's Tong Xiaoyun." She also followed Yu Zhong. Another student couldn't help but reply with extreme jealousy, "I really didn't expect for her to be the kind of girl as well, a lowly woman who sells her body in exchange for the protection of a man." The faces of those students who were looking at Yu Zhong and Tong Xiaoyun were all full of envy and hate. One after another, the female students also looked at Tong Xiaoyun, who was splendidly dressed in nice clothes and bursting with life. Their hearts were all envious as they thought to themselves, "Tong Xiaoyun followed Yu Zhong. If I could get her to recommend me, then I can follow him as well and will never have to suffer again." Standing atop the podium, Yu Zhong gazed at the 2,000-odd survivors as he spoke coldly. "I'm Yu Zhong. From today onwards, you are my citizens. As my people, your basic allowance will be 3 bowls of porridge as relief meals. Although those relief meals may not be filling, this should be enough for you to survive. If you don't want the relief meals, it's fine as well. I can arrange jobs for you, so that as long as you work, you will have ample food supplies. If you're unwilling to stay here, you can leave now. I will not stop you. As long as you're staying here and eating my food, you'll have to follow me orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Hearing those words, the eyes of many survivors brightened up, and not a single person was willing to leave. Under the rule of Tianyang, the survivors were made to eat chicken feed, pig feed, and they even had to dig for wild vegetables in their own town. Every now and then, they would be fortunate enough to get some gruel. Compared to the conditions now, where Yu Zhong was promising them 3 bowls of porridge a day, it was a huge blessing. No one was willing to strike it out on their own in the wild. Chapter 226, Fury. Chapter 226, Fury. Even those students who were filled with either hatred or jealousy towards Yu Zhong did not dare to leave the camp. Without the protection of Wang Jian, they would not even last 3 days outside, be it due to hunger or zombies. Yu Zhong observed the people who had gathered again, before continuing to say, "Since no one has chosen to leave, I will take it as you have agreed to become my citizens." come forward to report your name and your occupation before the apocalypse, together with your current strength. If you have any talents to boot, you may even get better meals. After that, he released a huge amount of killing intent as he said coldly, "Now, let me make it clear before you start to queue up. Whoever dares to cut the queue will be hauled away to receive 20 whips. If anyone dares to assault somebody else, you will be executed on the spot." Hearing those words, all of the survivors started to tremble, and under the watchful gazes of the soldiers, they obediently formed 20 long rows. Not a single person dared to cause trouble, which miraculously dispelled the usual notion of Chinese people causing problems in queues. The 5 policemen, Gu Manzi, Zhuo Yatong, and Chun Ming, proceeded to register the particulars of each survivor, with help from the 20 fine attendants of the villa. Yu Zhong remained on top of the podium, gazing at the survivors below. To prevent any accidents, Yun Kaiwei and Tong Xiaoyun were seated on either side of him, massaging his shoulders and legs to keep themselves busy. The entire camp was busy all the way till evening. Only then had all the particulars of every survivor been recorded. At some time during nightfall, Xiong seemed to mull over something. He came up to Yu Zhong and said, "Boss Yu, please come with me for a moment." Yu Zhong frowned as he replied, "What's the matter?" Xiong hesitated before replying with great difficulty, "I need your guidance. How should we deal with the factory? There's still a dozen women and a few tons of meat inside." Yu Zhong pondered for a while before replying, "Bring me there to take a look. Don't follow this time." Yu Zhong told the 4 ladies beside him, "I want to check it out." "Me too," Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun both exclaimed loudly. They wanted to prove themselves, to let Yu Zhong know that they weren't women who were just concerned about the rivalry between each other. Zhuo Yatong had a pale face because she could guess what the factory was for. She held the little lowly Yun Kaiwei tightly in her embrace, who wanted to go see as well. "Suit yourselves." Yu Zhong glanced at Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun, and he did not speak any further. With Xiongzheng's directions, Yu Zhong's group arrived at a factory located in the corner of the villa quarter. The moment they entered the factory, Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. Women's heads were hanging up in rows. Decapitated bodies were strung up in the air. Their innards were hanging from metal hooks, and the entire factory was filled with a nauseating scent of blood. Their faces turning pale, Gu Manzi and Tong Xiaoyun covered their mouths before running out of the factory and vomiting right outside. They had assumed that they had already seen the worst of humanity in terms of cruelty and insanity, but what they saw in the factory went way beyond their belief. At that moment, they knew that they had truly been very fortunate. "Damn you, Tianyang, I will definitely kill you." Yu Zhong had also thought that he was mentally prepared, but even he'd fight back against the vomit rising in his throat. He began to harbor a strong, killing intent towards Tianyang, whose depravity was beyond human. If he appeared in front of Yu Zhong again, Yu Zhong certainly would not hesitate to give his all and get rid of that beast. Inside the processing factory, there were a few dozen female bodies that were hung up. At the same time, Yu Zhong and his team found a huge cage behind the factory, inside of which were 20 women full of fear and unease. A large number of them even seemed to have lost their minds. "What do we do? Shall we kill them, boss you?" Xiongzheng asked with great difficulty. Clear Wind Camp did not have ample rations to begin with. Therefore, Xiongzheng was not willing to retain these 20 women to partake in the rations. To him, these clearly unsound women had no value, and taking care of them would just require more resources. Yu Zhong looked at those naked women with filthy bodies, some of whom might have gone crazy, and rejected Xiongzheng's proposal. "No, bring them back and take good care of them. They are women, so they still can help to give birth." Xiongzheng hesitated for a moment, before pointing towards a storage facility and asking, "What about those?" Inside the storage facility, there were a few tons of human meat sausages. During periods of food shortage, if Yu Zhong and Xiongzheng were play dumb and distribute the sausages out, no one would ever know. Even if they were to find out, they would feign ignorance. Without meat, it was not like they would die from hunger, but they would not have much energy. Tianyang wanted to maintain the energy of his elite troops, and so he constantly fed them the human sausages. Of course, there were members of the troops who could not accept or stomach such vile acts, and they would rather stay weak and hungry than eat human meat. Yuzhong said in a deep voice, "Bury them all." Yes. Xiaoyun also heaved a sigh of relief and took his men with him to bury those sickening things. The moment Yuzhong left the factory, which was filled with evilness, Gumanzi and Tong, Xiaoyun immediately grabbed hold of either of his arms, their faces pale. Only by doing were they able to gain a little bit of their courage back. Yuzhong gently patted their backs to console them, before taking big strides to leave the place. The second day, Yuzhong started recruiting fighters from the survivors. After the apocalypse, fighters received the best treatment and also possessed the strongest battle abilities. The moment Yuzhong opened up recruitment, a lot of survivors fought with each other in order to volunteer first. Amongst the 2,000 survivors, there were about 1,200 males, 1,000 of whom were fully grown men. Tianyang wasn't an idiot and had already selected a good number of strong and able-bodied men to be his subordinates or members of his Green Wolves Mount. The majority of the men left were either malnourished, weak, or lacking in stature. Yuzhong was very careful with his selection and managed to choose about 450 males with great difficulty. A total of 400 people, together with Lu Erii, Zhang Youjiang, and Xiongzheng, formed one of his battalions. Lu Erii, Zhang Youjiang, and Xiongzheng were commanders, whilst Yuzhong acted as the direct company leader. The other 50 males were given to Wang Jian for training, so that they could become qualified policemen. Wang Jian was an upright and moral person. Thus Yuzhong assigned him to be the chief policeman of Clear Wind Camp. With the open-minded and morally upright Wang Jian as the head of the policemen trained by him would at least make Yuzhong feel a bit more reassured. Due to the shortage of manpower, the clever and meticulous Chun Ming was promoted to become the officer for internal affairs within the camp. He was responsible for managing internal affairs, organizing personnel, the overall distribution of resources, and a series of other jobs. As for the palace itself, and also the affairs of the women, Yuzhong left it all to Zhuo Yatong. After all, she was a strong woman who had handled her own business prior to the apocalypse. Therefore, managing the affairs of the palace naturally wouldn't be an issue to her. Under Yuzhong's orders, Chun Ming divided the remaining survivors into groups to strengthen the defenses of the camp. At the same time, the survivors dug pits around the perimeter of the camp. All those who were willing to participate in the digging could fill their stomachs. Under those attractive conditions, a huge number of the survivors joined the digging troops. Outside Clear Wind Camp, other than upon the main roads, huge pits were being dug out all over the place. Back when Yuzhong was at Qingyuan County, Chun Jianfeng had made use of this tactic to great effect. At the time, there were at least a few thousand zombies that had fallen into the deep pits, never to rise again. Against intelligent humans, the pits were of no use, but they were extremely effective against zombies. In the process of digging the pits, those survivors were engaging in strenuous physical activity. Combined with the satiating meals, it was a form of training for their bodies as well. Yuzhong was building up a whole battalion of soldiers and adhered completely to military rules for their training. At the same time, he set unbelievably high levels for their training, which caused them all to be rather unhappy, except for the fact that Yuzhong himself took the lead to do training 6 times more difficult every day. In addition to the fact that they could eat their fill and even consume some of the delicious Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar meat, they would not have been able to continue. Although the Type 2 mutant boar meat could not suddenly transform them into strong enhancers, it was able to let them quickly recover their vitality, which had been greatly diminished by hunger and exhaustion. This gave their faces a little more color, and even their bodies began to recover their original strength. After the high-intensity training that lasted for 10 days, The soldiers of the battalion had completely recovered their original vitality, and they even had a small increase in physical strength compared to what they had before the end of the world. Following this, the training intensity was reduced to a normal level, with the focus now being on the formation of troops and standing at attention. It wasn't that Yu Zhong did not want to carry on with the intense training and churn out a few elite troops. The reason was that there was the issue of rations. After continuing with the high-intensity training for almost 10 days, the original 20-plus tons of meat kept in Yu Zhong's storage ring had been reduced by 4 tons. This was done by just that battalion alone. On top of that, with a huge number of survivors participating in the pit excavating or the repairs of Clear Wind Camp, the original amount of rations in Clear Wind Camp was rapidly running out, just like flowing water. Tianyang had not chosen every single male to join his troops for the very same reason. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that he did not have enough rations to support the food consumption of the army. After creating the elite Green Wolves mount and even using human meat as a food source, it could be seen that the problem of food was starting to worry him. If we maintain this rate of consumption, in a month's time, our food source will be completely depleted. Chun Ming was holding a document in his hands as he stood in front of Yu Zhong and presented his report. He then suggested to Yu Zhong, "Master, should we stop the excavation and repair works? That way, our food supplies can be conserved for a longer period of time." Yu Zhong pondered a while before saying to Chun Ming, "Bring Xiong Zheng over." Chun Ming withdrew and brought Xiong Zheng over very quickly. Xiong Zheng, whose skin had become darker due to the long hours he'd spent under the sun, was led by Chun Ming up to Yu Zhong. He immediately asked in a boisterous manner, "Boss Yu, did you want me for something?" Even though Yu Zhong wanted to mold these troops into proper soldiers in such a short time, it was actually quite hard to eradicate their previous habits. After all, the whole troop was filled with bandits. Even Yu Zhong himself, the battalion commander, hadn't received any complete and rigorous military training before. Yu Zhong glanced at Xiong Zheng and asked directly, "Where's the nearest granary around here?" Upon hearing the word granary, Xiong Zheng laughed bitterly as he replied, "Boss Yu, you're thinking of opening up some of the granaries to alleviate the food issue, right?" Tianyang had the same idea before, so all of the granaries within the vicinity of Clear Wind Camp have already been opened by us. Other than perhaps clothes, dishwashing liquid, laundry detergent, and other damn things like that, there's not a single grain of rice left in those granaries. The granaries have no food inside. When Yu Zhong heard this, he was surprised for a moment, but then he thought about the granaries that he had opened in Shanglin County. There had been a few empty granaries there as well, and this made Yu Zhong finally understand the problem. The food inside the granaries must have been completely sold off ages ago by the officials responsible for them, who had then rented out the empty warehouses for some extra income. Yu Zhong stared at Xiong Zheng and said heavily, "There should be a national grain reserve nearby for use in times of war. There should be food there." There are indeed 2 huge granaries here, one of which is located towards the north. It is roughly 100 miles out in Xiaqi County itself, which has already been occupied by the SY County forces. There's another one which is situated in the east, in Ningguang County, about 50 miles away, which is currently occupied by a force that calls itself the Ferocious Tigers. After the Ferocious Tigers obtained this granary, they set up a military camp with a battalion's worth of equipment. They have 2 infantry fighting vehicles and countless machine guns. At the same time, they control a large amount of the goods, so a lot of survivors are willing to throw their lives in for them. There are around 10,000 survivors there, and I've heard that just the number of their armed forces is over 2,000. This is one of the biggest military forces out there other than the actual Chinese army. Xiong Zheng's words made Yu Zhong furrow his eyebrows. The Ferocious Tigers had 2,000 militants and a whole battalion with standard PLA, People's Liberation Army, equipment. It was no wonder that Tianyang did not dare to provoke them. Although Yu Zhong had managed to recruit 400 militants, they had only gone through 10 days of training so far. They had not experienced war or witnessed bloodshed yet, and they were only equipped with old rifles from the previous Green Wolves mount members. On average, each fighter only had a couple of grenades, and if they were to be bombed, their morale would definitely go right down the drain. Yu Zhong had only just started to form this battalion. If he were to meet a force like that which he had raised in Qinyuan County, his forces would be completely wiped out. In terms of battle awareness, experience, and fighting skills, his current battalion was simply incomparable to the others. Yu Zhong pulled open a map, pointing toward an area in the northeast that had been crossed out and saying, "Which places in this area haven't you guys opened yet?" That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.